to complete his set, and Wade does use the bat to finish forward in defence. The end of a maiden from the off-spinner, Australia 3 for 110.
So you're on the job, crawling under a house, shuffling like an injured snake over 40 years of dust, cobwebs and spider carcasses. And just when you thought things couldn't get more uncomfortable, you come face to face with the homeowner's overprotective Chihuahua. Situations like this would break most, but no matter how uncomfortable things get on the job, you can stay comfortable and unbreakable in your new Toyota Hilux. Awaken your unbreakable with the upgraded Hilux range. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Australia started the session at 2 for 65. It's now 3 for 110 on the Robot Building Supply scoreboard. Robot's got it. Natarajan to continue his spell. Spelled 4 overs after lunch from our Vulture Street end. Most of them around the wicket to Marnus Labuschagne. That continues. A slip in a gully and Labuschagne leaves the delivery. This time it's outside the off stump, but Ryan Harris did shape away off the deck.
Looked like it did, probably after the... late swing after the ball had passed Marnus Labuschagne. So mid-February, that must have been revised, as we were just talking about, with South Africa being in Pakistan.
It's hard to imagine how they'll squeeze it all in, but that's going back to late last year, even middle of last year, when the South African media were reporting on what they thought the schedule would be with Australia. But no firm intel to go on as yet. Around the wicket, Natarajan bowls and Labuschagne drives to bid off no run.
And of course, they've had the Test series in Sri Lanka, but they had the English series called off, didn't they? Because a player or two,
a number of players.
A number of players contracted COVID. So
we had another no ball here from Natarajan. So he has been a bit of a culprit to the retrospective no ball being called, of course, now by the third umpire. It was at this ground.
6 weeks of bowling no balls in the net will do that to you.
There you go.
Of course, it was at this ground last year when Pakistan were here where we had a flare-up of that topic with a number of no balls not called. Natarajan bowls, and off the back foot, it's Labuschagne punching straight to point, no run. Wasn't far away from beating the infield and getting himself to a half century. Didn't quite middle it.
They're all there to be hit, those balls. He's hit a nice drive to mid-off. He's mistimed a cut last over against the spinner. He mistimed 2 sweepy pull type shots and missed the gap. There's a lot of runs going begging here, which suggests to me they're not finding this wicket easy.
Good point.
I'll tell you what, talking of no balls, there was a man on debut last year who took a wicket and had it recalled as a no ball, his first one. Natarajan bowls and taken at mid-wicket by Rohit Sharma on the bounce off Labuschagne.
He was 16 years old, wasn't he?
He was indeed. Naseem Shah had his first wicket retrospectively recalled, and the following week at Adelaide it was Mohammad Musa Khan had the same fate as well. I think it might have been David Warner, the lucky man on both occasions, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it was 3/4 way off the ground,
yes.
If I recall correctly. Well, just on the topic of South Africa and Pakistan, cricket back in Pakistan.
Yeah.
It's a great thing.
Yep.
I'm not sure, to be honest, if I would travel there, but look,
Natarajan bowls and Labuschagne drives, square drives out towards point. Will it have the legs to reach the rope and bring up his 50? It will not. They'll take 2. They'll consider a third and think better of it. So he moves to 48 from 141 balls. Australia 3 for 113.
It'd be interesting to see if they have attendance, whether they do or not. I know that the Pakistan what do they call it? PSL Super League over there had people at. May or may not. I might be wrong there, but look, it's as you mentioned, Hill's presidential treatment. That's sort of what they've gotten to. But it's back in Pakistan now. It's got to be a good thing.
Yep, and Imran's right behind it.
Yeah,
the Prime Minister. So, but there's decent pressures. There's those people who might cause trouble, will cause trouble because...
Natarajan bowls to Labuschagne, charts through the cordon, and it's gone down. Labuschagne pushing with hard hands at Natarajan, and that should have been his first Test wicket, but Rahane make that Pujara moving to his left. Couldn't quite drag it in. It was almost between Rishabh Pant. It was nearly one of those Ian Healy where the wicketkeeper could have made it, but ultimately that's the responsibility of Cheteshwar Pujara moving to his left. It was low to the ground. It was a super tough chance, but...
He's gone wider. He's gone a lot wider, and when you go wider, you've got to come up level with the wicketkeeper. I think it's because he's too deep that it's made it too much of a challenge.
Maybe it just bounced.
No, I thought that from front on. From behind, it looked like it carried. And I'm spot on, Hills, and obviously know a bit about slips, cordons and keeping. But I agree with you. That cost him. If he had been level, that would have been a lot more catchable. It still would have been a good catch, but it would have been definitely easier.
Yeah, he's wide, isn't he? Completely over. Natarajan bowls to Marnus Labuschagne, who gets himself a single. That'll be his 49th run, one away from a half century. So an over where another half chance has been created. Australia 3 for 114.
Start your new year off with a super clean service from Laurenex Cleaning. Laurenex Cleaning is locally owned and operated and one of the industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces safe and clean. There's no job too big for Laurenex. And that's why Laurenex is trusted by the Port Adelaide Football Club to keep their facilities clean. But they also work hard to keep offices, sporting clubs, medical and aged facilities clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety in 2021. Google them today.
Watching that replay back between overs, Ryan Harris, it's inconclusive whether it carried, but the main problem is that first slip was standing at 1.5 slips, so Rishabh Pant never could get across in the event of it falling short.
Yeah, and I think, as Hills just said, then if you're going to go 1.5, you've got to come up. That's first slip goes a fraction deeper to allow the keeper to come across, but second slip's always level with the keeper. So, again, it would have been a tough catch, but it would have been a lot better catchable height. But just talking about catches, I'll wait for this first ball.
This pair have put on 27. Sundar starting a fresh over to Labuschagne on 49, who defends into the offside, no run.
Haven't we seen some catches go down in this series? I mean, that's a tough one, and like you said, Colo, that with 50-50 whether it carried, I thought it did, but some big moment. First test, 4 or 5 or 6 catches from India. Second test, Australia.
Sundar bowls and Labuschagne. Can he beat mid-wicket? He can. And that will be another half century for Marnus Labuschagne, 3 on the trot. 145 deliveries to raise his bat. Just 3 boundaries along the way. It's not always been easy, Ian Healy, but this man has a thirst for runs at home. Gets the chance to raise his bat again, 3 for 115.
Yeah, that was a nightmare 40 for Marnus. The decade of 40 to 50 has been very hard work. So let's hope it gets a little easier for him, and that appetite gets to be obvious.
So back to Matthew Wade. Sundar around the wicket, and Wade lunges forward in defence again, able to blunt the spin. He's using his feet well here, the Tasmanian.
You know, Marnus has had a lot of that luck too, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
Adelaide, when they dropped 5 catches, two of them were Marnus, and he was dropped 3 times, I think, and out for 47.
Yeah, all before he reached 20 as well. Sundar wide of the crease, and Wade drives hard through cover, but there's a man working around from mid-off who denies more than 1 run being taken. So Wade's 12, 3 for 116. That drop in the third hour. Jinka Rahane in the gully. They're saying he found the outside edge of Labuschagne. He had a good look at it. Didn't close the hands in time. As we said at the moment, that would have been both Smith and Labuschagne gone in the space of 2 overs. Over the wicket here to Labuschagne. Quick single to mid-on. Gets through easily. Good running, good purpose from Labuschagne.
Yes.
Now 51.
Good shot. He's finally working straight down the ground where the man's just snoozing a bit deep at mid-on, rather than fiddling around where all the fielders are, square of the wicket. Get the blood running, get the ball in the middle of the bat, and then the shot behind square will come back to you.
So 1 more ball in this Washington Sundar over. Just held up before delivering it. Matthew Wade is saying, I'll face up when I'm ready. Slip, silly point, the 2 catching men. Sundar around the wicket, and Wade drives again through the covers. This time it'll reach the rope. Striking that beautifully. Matthew Wade moving up the gears. He's 16 at the end of the over. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes delivering value. Australia 3 for 121. And after the break, back to Melbourne with Anthony Hudson.
This could be your best summer yet, because nothing screams fun like a Sea-Doo. The 2021 Sea-Doo models are now arriving at Peter Stevens Sea-Doo. Get a look at the all-new Sea-Doo Spark. Will let your jaw drop over the turbocharged RXP 300. The best time to buy a new Sea-Doo is now. Peter Stevens, Adelaide's home of Sea-Doo, 229 Franklin Street in the city. Book a test ride now at peterstevens.com.au.
And Chris Rogers, as a new over starts, or is about to start. Afternoon, Buck.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. We just got fooled a little bit there by a replay off the TV, which is one of the perils of commentating from afar. In fact, there's a couple of stories which we probably previously wouldn't have shared, but we sort of now can, as this new era of broadcasting where you sometimes have to call from afar. There's been a couple of commentators in AFL that have commentated the same goal twice in a row because the TV stations have played a replay and it's out of the middle. He's took exactly the same goal. Oh, whoops, it's a replay.
Not you?
Well, not me, but it could easily have been. New over starts, Natarajan to Labuschagne, who lets it go. I mean, calling for radio off TV has been actually happening for a long time at Olympics. So I was lucky enough to be part of the broader Australian. It was an ABC 3AW commercial combination of Atlanta in 1996. That's how long ago, and even before that. And they have teams at the main venues, but you've got so many sports that when you're sort of just on the team, you said, well, you can do that one and just flick the channel and that comes in and you're an instant expert commentating that sport. Rajan again, and defended by Labuschagne.
What was the most interesting sport you had to call?
I had to call the gold medal playoff of European handball between Croatia and Sweden.
Right.
And I got the team sheets on the morning of the match, and you can imagine how difficult that was. There was a Villander playing for Sweden, and he got a lot of the ball on the radio commentary, I can tell you.
Handball was actually pretty important in England cricket because it was where I think it was the Kolpak was the
Rajan, and he waves the wand at it, horizontal bat. Labuschagne, that's a poor shot. He missed it.
I believe the Kolpak rule, which allows people with an EU passport to be able to work in any country, and I think that started from a guy named Kolpak who played handball professionally. So that was the standard that was set. That was that went to the court of law, and he was cleared to be able to play in the EU anywhere, and then from then on it happened in
Rajan, and this time Labuschagne thinks better of playing his shot. It's 3 for 121. Labuschagne 51, Wade 16 for BizCover. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSaver on your business insurance.
So the South Africans who go and play cricket in county cricket, a lot of them is because they have EU passports.
Right.
Dutch passports or whatever. I could be wrong, but I'm 80% sure.
80% sure. That's the threshold for telling your story,
85% of statistics are made up on the spot.
Yeah.
Is that?
Labuschagne walks away. It's been an interesting half century, hasn't it, from Marnus Labuschagne? He's 11th 50. His 18th test match.
His third innings.
I tell you, he's exactly right. He's had some luck, hasn't he?
Yeah, I just listening to some of the commentary with Heels and Rhino before.
He goes after this one, down on one knee, and thrashes it away through the covers for 4. Slightly overpitched, and he pounces on it. And that's the boundary for Blunston. 150 not out is Blunston.
That's a genuine throwdown. Just around the left arm, around the wicket, just angling in. Bit of width, just throw your hands at it. But yeah, just listening to the commentary, and they were absolutely right. If you're first slip, and then you go wider to a second slip kind of thing, there's only one slip in the court, and you've got to step up. You've got to come up. Bajara didn't, and sure enough, it just was probably a fraction too short for him.
Labuschagne now 55. He's letting this one pass. And that does complete the over for Henley Holmes, delivering value. Australia winning the toss and batting 3 for 125.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at $2
guaranteed.
Still delicately poised on day one. Wade is 16. So far, so good. For the left-hander, Labuschagne 55. Steve Smith, the man out since the break. He was caught by Rohit Sharma off Washington Sunday out. His first test wicket for 36. What have you noticed there, Buck?
No, I won't say it. There was something about the broadcast.
Right. What shot did you enjoy playing the most? I say that because to me, like that down on one knee cover drive is about as much fun as you can have as a batsman.
Yeah, the square drive kind of cover drive, square drive where you just absolutely lace it. That's
Hard to beat.
yeah, it's hard to beat.
Yeah, our listeners might have something they enjoyed playing the most. As false start for Washington. He just stumbled a bit at the crease line. What have you made? Well, I'll get you to answer in a moment what you've made of Washington so far. He's about to start his 11th over. It's been a good duel between he and Wade. He tosses this up and it's allowed to pass. He's left plenty outside the off-stump, Wade.
Well, I think he's done everything that's been asked of him, really. He's been asked to kind of control the run rate. That's probably the most important thing. And just as Wade and Park continue to go each other, don't they?
Again, he's playing off the back foot quietly to get in close.
And then to get the wicket of Steve Smith, I mean, that's what dreams are made of, isn't it, for your first wicket?
Washington again, and again Wade prods forward but doesn't offer a shot.
You could just imagine Hunt too. He's got a little bit of confidence now. You know, he got 90 odd in the last test and whacked him. He's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Mate, let their bloke know that he hasn't scored any runs in the series.
Bowls again and Wade. Quiet defensive shot on the offside. All our numbers for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. Steve Smith has been the first wicket in Test cricket for five bowlers now. As Washington bowls again, and Wade can lean back, and he square drives it. He's placed it well. He's timed it well. Will it be four? Oh, it was a close run thing. Just kept in. And Natarajan hurls it back to the keeper. Slightly scrappy, but he's got 3. And Wade moves to 19. And Australia 3 for 128.
I think it'd be worth India just thinking about taking that fielder who's in close out and just stack him in the offside ring again and just allowing Washington Sunday to build up some pressure on Wade. It just seems like he gives half a bad ball and Wade's good enough to kind of release the pressure. He bowled 4 dot balls and then just managed to go for 3.
Bowls, length delivery to Labuschagne, who defends, and then a strange old movement that followed, but the over is complete for Henley Holmes, batting first for home buyers since 1989 at 3 for 128.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
Steve Smith, the debut wicket for Yasir Shah, Maharaj, Tom Curran, Craig Overton, and now Sunday Washington. Going to have a change in the bowling as Brad Haddin's joined us too as part of our experts for Maccas. The McRib and El Macco are back at Maccas this summer. Afternoon to your Hads.
Afternoon, boys. Nice little fight back here from the Australians after Steve Smith fell to a leg side trap.
Yeah, what did you make of that?
Yeah, I thought Washington Sydney did a really good job. He was brought in the team to shut an end down. He had a leg side field and he bowled to it beautifully. He worked hard for Steve Smith to get his runs and he got the reward in the end. And as you know, in Test cricket, if you just relax that little bit and think the game's easy, that's when it gets you straight away.
3 for 128 is the score. Chartles coming back into the attack. Has the figures of 1 for 27. He's bowling to Wade. He did square him up, but he just got bat jammed down onto ball to survive.
Ads, is it Washington Cinder or Sunda?
Washington Cinder. That's what we've been told by Bharat. So that's as close as we've got to an expert. What do you think, Buck?
Oh, I just thought you were mispronouncing it, but I'm happy to be wrong.
I can get Bharat back in and we can check.
Shadul again. Wade on 19. And again, he's all about defending and keeping the ball out.
What do you reckon Wade's mindset should be from here on in, Pads?
See, I reckon Matthew Wade's been hitting the ball well. I think he's gone into the series in good form. And I think at this stage of the game where he is now, this is where the moments he's let himself down. He looks like, to me, he's looking for a fight with Pant, which I don't think he needs to do. I think he just needs to concentrate on this, build a partnership with Marnus and go as big as he possibly can individually.
Shadul has him out, partially edging. It's run away through the slips for 4. Soft and off hands, and there was no one wider than second slip, and it races away to the boundary. And Matthew Wade moves to 23 with a slightly streaky shot. This partnership now worth 45.
I don't think you'll be disappointed with that, though. Of course, it's gone for 4, but it'd be easy to think I've edged that. But actually, he did a lot right.
Yeah.
And you're facing a guy who's, 5'9". If you play late, you get over the top of the ball. It's going to be hard for it to carry to the slips. You might get a fine edge to the keeper, but if you get into a good enough position, hold your shape, if you do get an outside edge, it's a good chance it's going to run down a third man for 4.
He's up to 23 now. And he gets one on the middle and leg, which he defends to mid-off.
I think the slips have been too deep. We've seen one in the previous over just drop short. And I think sometimes touring teams can come to the Gabba and think, this is a nice bounce, it's going to carry through. But there's often Adderage, and I think that they need to be up another half metre at least. You want to give yourself the opportunity to catch it. If you drop the catch, that's okay. But this wicket doesn't look typical Gabba wicket. It looks a bit more drier on day one. We're starting to see some cracks now. So I think they need to move up about half a metre.
Same as the previous ball. Defended back to the bowler by Wade.
Possibly got put off by Rahani's drop off Labuschagne, where it was shoulder height, and thought maybe we need to take a step back. So it's not an exact science, but you'd rather be up and drop it.
Yeah, that was always my theory. And I used to make sure I was in a position, if the ball dropped short of slip, that was on me. I set the gauge from where the slips need to be.
Last ball of the over, Fuller driven through the covers by Wade. It was there to be hit, and he crunched it without any risk whatsoever. 2 boundaries from the over, the last of all convincing of the pair. Wade goes to 27, 49-run partnership at the end of the over, 50 complete. It's all for Henley Holmes, batting for first-time buyers since 1989.
With a header back in the shed and the dust starting to settle, it's time to start planning for next year's harvest. For that extra edge, it's time to consider upgrading to a John Deere S700 combine harvester. With automation and intelligence that offers seamless integration between you and your equipment, you can make every hour spent harvesting a productive hour and end next season on a high note. Talk to your local John Deere dealer now to secure your S700 harvester for Harvest 2021.
Marnus Labuschagne, our leading run scorer for the day for Victoria Police. You're more suited than you might think to join Victoria Police. 3rd consecutive half-century for Labuschagne, who's 55 after making 91 and 73 in Sydney. Hey, Hadge, before you continue with your analysis, we're talking before about enjoyable cricket shots. What shot did you enjoy the most playing? Just get you to think about that. I don't think you'll have to think for too long, but Washington's about to start the over, so we'll watch what he delivers to Labuschagne. And he tried to whip it through leg, a rather ambitious appeal for LB.
Am I allowed to guess first, Hads?
Yeah, you guess first.
I reckon to the spin, taking one step down and planting it over the side screen almost.
Yeah, I'm done, Huddo. That's it. There's also nothing better than standing up in a pull shot and getting it just in front of square.
Washington to Labuschagne forward. He opened the face as he drove. Terrific fielding, though. Restricts it to one. Siraj, nice work to his left. Labuschagne 56, and that is the 50 partnership of 99 balls, and it's 3 for 137 now.
If you can remember, Hads, too, when he did hit a good shot, with his free hand, he picked the kind of shirt off his shoulder. Do you remember that? Just to pinch his shirt, just pull it away. That kind of thing. I think Justin Timberlake used to do that when he danced.
Don't talk about dancing, mate. I know you're getting ready for the Olympics with the breakdancing.
Washington continues around the wicket to Wade. He tosses, he defends.
But as any batsman, I still think that the best feel in the game is when you hit the on drive and everything's working in line. You take this small step, head over the ball, and you just nail an on drive for 4 without moving. That's when you know you're in form.
More talk out there. And this is just shorter of a good length and allowed to pass by Matthew Wade.
I can hear the talk here from Pan. To me, it looks like Wade's trying to get into a fight. I'd go the other way with Wade at the moment. I wouldn't say one word to him.
If you were Pan?
No, I wouldn't say a word. I'd let him go. I'd turn my back on him.
Washington
Looks like he wants to fight.
Pronounced defensive shot.
Yeah, to me, Hutto, it looks like Wade's trying to get into a bit of a stink. I would leave him. I wouldn't acknowledge him.
Is used to decide, I'll get you to answer the next over when the spinner's not bowling, about how you decided those sort of things. Washington bowls Wade Fuller, can drive, but he's just checked the shot. Smooth up to Agarwal, but he didn't beat the field, so the over is complete. And it's 3 for 137 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company. Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
So it's an engrossing battle with Australia at 3 for 137. Do you agree with Hads, Chris?
Not necessarily, Hads. I just think that the mistakes Wade's made against spin so far this series is when he's trying to manufacture something out of nothing. Like, it's almost like he's trying to make a physical statement. And you wonder whether that's because he has got a little bit overly emotional with it, and whether you could just rile him up to try and play one of those shots he's been trying to hit over mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's a good point. And what we've seen in a couple of occasions, that he has been in control of the game, and he has lost his shape a couple of times to Ashwin. But, yeah, I just think he's been looking for that fight. I would turn my back on him. Maybe he can change that tack.
Oh, has he been caught down the leg side? There's a big appeal as the first ball of the new over from Shardle, given not out by Blocker Wilson. Rahane doesn't know, and he says, no, we won't be going upstairs for that. It's Labuschagne on strike. Should have a look at the replay here for Wagner Vitamins. Short ball down the leg side, no, just off the hip. Oh, just brushed bottom of the shirt or the top of the pants.
Wasn't far away from the glove, though, the bottom of the glove.
10 minutes till tea. Shardle delivers a short one, and he's pulled in front of the wicket. Smacked away by Labuschagne for 4. Knew exactly where the gap was. It was short, it was there to be hit. And he gets another boundary.
I'm worried about the core here now. I think as a batsman, you'd see a guy run in who's not tall on the gabba, kind of skidding them on. I just think he'd be absolutely licking your lips. Well, he can't hit in the head either. he's just not quite quick enough to hit in the head, so you can just kind of get on the front foot a little bit. If he does drop in short, you've probably got enough time to play the pull or cut.
Labuschagne in the running for the Bingley player of the day. He pulls another one, and he smacked that one away behind square, and he pierces the field. He beats Siraj. He's feasting now, Marnus Labuschagne. Consecutive boundaries at the Gabba.
This is big danger for India. Bakur's come on now, and he's conceded 4 boundaries in, 9 balls. And just when you're trying to hang on and maybe create one more opportunity, and a bowler comes in and drops in short to a Queenslander on the Gabba, I just think that this is just danger time.
Just rolled over that one, Labuschagne. That was the more fluid of the 2 shots. It's Australian batting lineup, courtesy of Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Partnership now has reached 58. Some adjustments to the field. Chadle is ready on his approach. And that's closer to the stumps, and Labuschagne happy just to work him. There's now a man out with protection at deep square leg, so it's a very comfortable single for Labuschagne, who goes to 65. So 8 minutes to go before tea. And Matthew Wade, who, we saw him get the 30 and the 40 in Melbourne, and then he went out in a strange fashion, obviously, in Adelaide when he in the second innings when Australia won comfortably. But this is sort of the danger period. He went out just before drinks in Melbourne. Labuschagne is up there scoring ante. So from an Australian point of view, they'll just want to, well, he will just want to get to that tea break. He's facing now. Shuttle bowls, and he strokes it up to mid-on. There's no run.
Yeah, it was Matthew Wade's dismissal in Sydney also that made that uncomfortable period for Green just before the break as well. And it's those moments I think he's just let himself down this series. He's looked in control. He's got a couple of 30s and a 40s. And just when he's been in control of the game, he's just played that rash shot and just left Australia vulnerable. And it's a big moment for him now with 8 minutes to go before tea.
Taps gently away. He defends with good authority that time to see out the over. A productive 9 runs off the bat of Marnus Labuschagne, who is 65 on the BizCover scoreboard. Test bizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance.
Start your new year off with a super clean service from Laurenex Cleaning. Laurenex Cleaning is locally owned and operated and one of the industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces safe and clean. There's no job too big for Laurenex. And that's why we trust them to keep our SEN Adelaide studios clean. But they also work hard to keep offices, sporting clubs, medical and aged facilities clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety in 2021. Google them today.
And call us during the tea break for tyre power. Know your tyres. 1300 736 736. It's 6 minutes away. Australia have added 36 runs in the last 7 overs. Washington, the tall off-spinner, about to start a new over to Marnus Labuschagne. Australia 3 for 146. Short leg and a leg slip as he sweeps and got it finer than he might have imagined. It's racing away to the boundary for another 4. Was there bat on that? Yes, there was. So Labuschagne has gone 4-4-1-4 here as he goes to 69 in a hurry.
No, that's leg bias.
Yeah, that went over the top of it. I must have thought there was an under edge.
Always like bonus runs, though.
Yeah, you won't be complaining.
I'd be telling the umpires I read ask a little nick on that.
Yeah, a little bit of love.
Yeah, good call. You did well to spot that. Washington again, and Labuschagne back from the stumps, turns. It was a tight single. Throw went to the bowler's end. It never arrived. It's kind of cleaned up Rowan Sharma on the way through, has it? It has. That's not ideal.
He doesn't really get out of first gear, does he, Rowan?
Thumbs up from Rowan. I'm okay. Let's have a look at the replay.
He has not moved.
It's Prithvi Shaw, I think, too, who did the throwing.
He's trying to get his test spot back.
That's one way of doing it, isn't it? Force the issue. Partnership worth 64 now. And it's Wade versus Washington. 4 minutes left on the clock. Before the break, wide of the stumps he bowls, short there to cut. He's controlled it though, but didn't place it, Matthew Wade. He'll be a little bit annoyed.
Am I allowed to say, you know you're pretty short when your reserve fielder is pretty short? He hasn't had the best of time in the field, has he?
No, he doesn't have much interest in that part of the game. But no energy for a 21-year-old.
3 for 151. Washington bowls 4 and defended by Wade. It looks like he's playing for tea right now. Tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, is coming up. Plenty of social interaction from the shower part for Summit Internet, faster business internet. Washington is defended again by Wade. Time for another one after this. Wade walks away. It's a good look around. Finally, he's ready. Going back over the wicket. And similar result. Good length ball. He's been accurate. He's defended by Wade. And so with 1 over to go before tea, Australia 3 for 151 for Henley Holmes. Batting for first home buyers since 1989.
Hi, it's Michael Clark here. Since retiring from international cricket, my days haven't slowed down, so it's important I get the support I need. Try Wagner Fish Oil 1000 from Chemist Warehouse. It contains omega-3 fatty acids, which support the healthy function of the nervous system, heart health, brain health, and eye health. Find the new look Wagner Fish Oil 1000 at 2 for $25 at Chemist Warehouse.
Always read the label. Use only as directed. If symptoms persist, see your healthcare professional. Chemist Warehouse. Lowest prices guaranteed.
So Wade and Labuschagne 64, their combination now. All the highlights for Nilex, experts in watering. What are we going to see for the last over here before tea?
I think they have to go for Kura because they're down to 4 bowlers now, so it's not like they can mix and match too much. You've got to bowl your spell.
He's bowling, and Labuschagne, who hit him for 2 fours, doesn't want anything of the first ball that's outside the off stump.
I just reckon if they're going to go with Kura, just the way he bowls to the right-hander, I'd go the other way. I'd put a deep point out, mid-off cover, a couple of slips in the gully, and just bowl channel. Just be patient. Just allow him to kind of settle in. But at the moment, he's getting hit all over the place, really.
Marnus Labuschagne been doing the hitting. He's on 70. He gets a short, inviting wide one, but didn't want to chase it. He lets it pass.
I think Shardul's role, especially to Marnus, is to bowl that fuller length, and I think the length's the key. You want him on his front foot just outside his eye line. You can have your cover mid-off, your gully, catch and slip. Maybe a deep point out so he just tries to open the face, and that can bring the slips into play as India have there in the field now. The one thing Marnus does look vulnerable is that fuller ball where he does get his hands outside his eye line. But he's got to stay full.
Labuschagne gets one to drive, but he can't beat cover. The diving, Shubman Gill doing the fielding there.
What they've done here, they've got a deep point and a deep square leg as well, which I just hate as a tactic because as a batsman, you can just drop the ball and run, really, either side. So it's almost like bring square leg up and be good enough as a bowler to bowl through the channel. You can't just run in and bowl a bad ball all the time and say, I've got it filled out, it's okay.
3 balls before tea. Labuschagne gets one on middle and leg and takes it away again. He continues to manipulate the ball to areas of the ground that are advantageous to the right-hander. He gets 2 for that without any real risk and goes to 72.
Yeah, to me, there, Bucky, Rahani's got feels for bad bowling. He's trying to cover both bases, but with Marnus, I would keep it. I'd hang it outside off stump, bring your square leg up, as you said, put him into a mid-wicket. When Marnus is in this sort of mood, he wants to feel bad on ball, so keep taking the ball away from his eyes and then I think he'll do something with his feet to try to get in position.
Shuttle bowls and allowed to pass by Labuschagne. The BizCover scoreboard, testbizcover.com.au and BizSave on your business insurance. Australia winning the toss and batting 3 for 153.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you always have to demand some excellence from your bowler by the field you set. If you just set fields for bad bowling, it just makes it a bit too easy for the bowler to run in and not really focus on what he needs to do.
Last ball before tea. Labuschagne on 72. Does play a shot at this one. It was a late decision to play. There's a man at deep point, so it's an easy single for Marnus Labuschagne, who will have the strike at the start of the next session, and that is tea for the Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The wickets have been shared for Alinta Energy, supporting your home team. Australia 3 for 154. Warner caught Rohit Sharma, bowled Siraj for 1. Marcus Harris caught Sundar, bowled Takura for 5. And Steve Smith caught Sharma, bowled Washington for 36. That was the wicket to fall in that session. Australia adding 86 runs in that second session. Marnus Labuschagne is 72 not out. Wade is 27 not out. Siraj 1 for 25. Natarajan none for 25. Takura 1 for 46. Saini no wicket for 21. Washington 1 for 27. And Rohit Sharma just the one ball and has the figures of none for 1. The Australian wickets falling 1 for 4, 2 for 17 and 3 for 87. A couple of classic catches from Rohit Sharma for the TAC. Don't let your luck run out. That's the message from the TAC. And all our stats and numbers are for ScotPack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. ScotPack.com.au. We'll be back at the Gabba to summarise the situation. Australia starting to get the upper hand as things got later in that session. 3 for 154. It's all for Henley Holmes, batting for first home buyers since 1989.
Live and free on SBS Viceland and SBS On Demand.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Start your new year off with a super clean service from Laurenex Cleaning. Laurenex Cleaning is locally owned and operated and one of the industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces safe and clean. There's no job too big for Laurenex. And that's why Laurenex is trusted by the Port Adelaide Football Club to keep their facilities clean. But they also work hard to keep offices, sporting clubs, medical and aged facilities clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety in 2021. Google them today.
Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute tyre safety check.
Making SEN news this hour, an emergency warning has been issued for a bushfire threatening lives in High Wycombe in Perth's eastern foothills. Residents in the suburbs northeast are being warned they are in danger and need to act immediately to survive. Meanwhile, Victoria Police have confirmed the father and husband of the mother and her 3 children found dead at Tullamarine has been released and cleared of involvement in the tragedy. Meanwhile, Queensland is denying rumours of breaches of quarantine procedures at the Grand Chancellor Hotel. Police Commissioner Katarina Carroll says a father and daughter who left the hotel to go to hospital were wearing PPE and transported by ambulance. State Chief Health Officer Jeanette Young says it is not unexpected that people leave the hotel to access healthcare. SEN.com.au Sport up next.
Waking you up every morning, join Kane Corns and Andrew Hayes for breakfast on your home of sports, SEN SA.
Australia have lost 3 wickets in the 4th test against India, and tennis stars Andy Murray and Madison Keys have not been allowed to fly to Australia with other Australian Open contenders after testing positive for coronavirus.
Love your fishing? Then don't miss Real Adventures. every week with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Haddin. Saturday morning from 6:30 on SEN SA.
Big Bash Nation. It is punished by Michael Neitzer.
He rockets through the middle stump, down the ground and smoked it.
This summer, all the big sixes, all the big wickets, and all the fun of the Big Bash is live on SEN.
Smith has launched Harris wrong. That is a massive wicket.
Big Bash Nation, live all summer on your home of sport, SEN. McDonald's. The McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer. And Dakin. Mega Air. Custom designed Dakin Air Systems.
Big Bash Nation here live this summer on your home of sport, SEN.
Tyre Power. Think safety this January. Get the 5-minute tyre safety check at your local Tyre Power. Right Price Heating and Cooling. Adelaide's biggest Mitsubishi electric dealer.
21 in Adelaide today, partly cloudy and 23 tomorrow, 25 on Sunday. SEN Track on air now, right across Australia on the SEN app.
Breakfast with Kane Corns and Andrew Hayes.
Well, Hazy, what a year we've had. Oh, absolutely. There's a lot to look forward to as well, Kane. For example, Port Adelaide. Can they go a couple steps further and hold up that Premiership Cup? Can the Crows win more than 3 games? Let's hope so. Stay locked to 1629 SEN SA. Will guide you through what promises to be a massive year on your home of sport.
Unbeatable ABN offers on brand new Mazda BT50. Tyre Power. Get your free 5-minute tyre safety check.
Breaking news. The saucy McRib and legendary El Maco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Lenovo IdeaPad Slim 1 laptop, just $333. Dyson V7 code-free vacuum, $399. Hisense 512-litre French door fridge, $999. Purchase with 60 months interest-free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance amount $1,000. Approved applicants only. 60 for monthly payments. Interest applies if you comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Savings on normal ticketed prices. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
Lumo Energy SA is 100% Australian owned. They're owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy. Lumo Energy SA works hard to offer great value to South Australians with a choice of energy plans to suit everyone. They also offer flexible and convenient payment options to help you take control of your energy bills. Visit lumoenergy.com.au or call 131 5866. Lumo Energy not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
2020, you're dumped. Make a date with Beaumont right now and get 20 to 50% off tiles. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls dumped by a massive 20 to 50%. Choose Beaumont and dump the prices. Beaumont.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of bass and...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
Australia's most exciting summer racing carnival is set for a stunning conclusion. The TAP Queensland Summer Racing Carnival offers more than $20 million in prize money and bonuses, culminating in Queensland's richest race day, the Star Gold Coast Magic Millions. It's summer like you've never seen it. The action returns to Aquis Park this Saturday for 5 $1 million races, plus the Magic Millions 2-year-old Classic and 3-year-old Guineas. Learn more at racingqueensland.com.au. Queensland is racing. Gamble responsibly. Start your new year off with a super clean service from Laurenex Cleaning. Laurenex Cleaning is locally owned and operated and one of the industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces safe and clean. There's no job too big for Laurenex. And that's why we trust them to keep our SEN Adelaide studios clean. But they also work hard to keep offices, sporting clubs, medical and age facilities clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety in 2021. Google them today.
Montane, Montane, everybody's talking about Montane.
And everybody is still talking about the amazing relaunch at Montane Mount Barker, with 4 of the top 10 brands on sale. Mitsubishi, Ford, Hyundai and Kia, and dealer Principal James Bedford is giving away $500 worth of free genuine accessories with every car delivered this month. Also mention the words More Team Family and receive an extra bonus. And that's why everybody's talking about More Team.
EBD 182170.
On SEN Test Cricket, Australia versus India. For Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. And for Henley Homes, transparent pricing, no spin.
This is the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Visit iCanWin.com.au for your chance to win a Dometic cooler full of Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Chris Rogers and Anthony Hudson with you on SEN Test Cricket, and the big wicket in that last session was Steve Smith, out for 36, and at that stage Australia was 3 for 87, Chris Rogers, and then the drop catch and the injury at the same time where Rahane put down Marnus Labuschagne. Australia could have been 4 for 92, and the game could have been very different, but instead this pair of Labuschagne and Wade have taken Australia to 3 for 154, and probably importantly too, they've been able to up the scoring rate a little bit, something that India had been able to contain up until then.
Yeah, they had. I mean, you look at Labuschagne in the first session, he was 19 off 82, so that's a strike rate of 23, and then but in the second session he upped it to 54 off 85. So yeah, I think that they probably, as maybe was expected, just some of the disciplines just fallen away as the ball stops swinging and they don't have that control. So you just probably need to kind of regroup here and think about what are they going to do to just try and hold Australians at bay a little bit. So just looking at how this wicket seems to be flattened out as well, I reckon, you'd like to be an Australian batsman right now.
Yeah, so a big opportunity for Matthew Wade and Marnus Labuschagne to make his 100, and Wade to post his first big score of the summer. He's 27, Labuschagne is 73. So for those people that have just joined us, obviously India making the 4 changes and 2 debutants. It's a probably close to a third string attack in terms of players available, but they struck early. Warner and Harris both back in the pavilion. Your assessment of particularly Marcus Harris missing his opportunity, but David Warner now has had a run of 3 outs since his return.
Yeah, I think David Warner got a pretty good ball. I don't think he did a lot wrong. First over, just trying to feel it a little bit.
So Sydney went out playing a more attacking shot here as more defensive.
And then he'd look back and he'd just go, what was I thinking? I've got to earn the right to actually play those shots. But here I think he was trying to kind of, use his defence and get through some good bowling. But it actually just left him enough and found the edge was an excellent catch. So he'd probably sit there thinking, maybe I could have defended it better. Maybe I got a bit squared up. But it was a pretty good ball. But Marcus Harris, I think, will just be really kicking himself. Now, particularly looking at this
yes.
And thinking, if I'd have just was able to grind my way through to after lunch, and get myself in, a bit like what Labuschagne has done, then you can just pick up the scoring. I mean that's not only is it Test cricket, but it's first class cricket as well. You know, the first hour or two of a match is going to be pretty tough if you have to open the batting. But if you can get past lunch, the gates might open and you might score really quickly.
4 wickets for Australia for the Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. All your sheet metal products Australian made, quality guaranteed. You can always have your say, and it's what we allow you to do for Tyre Power and the Summer Scorcher Sale, which is now on. So what do you think Australia would have in mind score-wise? Just big?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think about how India's going to get another 7 wickets, because is Saini out now?
Well, he's been back on the field, but he hasn't bowled.
Right. So. But he's got a groin issue. And then if you're looking at the other bowlers, I mean, I think the core is probably, this is not suited to him. I know he's getting the ball to swing, but he looks like it's going to be pretty easy.
That's the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Third session is next.
I'm Gerard Whateley. It's the biggest annual events on the international sporting calendar. Mahomes in the shotgun, takes the snap, veers right, throws beautifully. Williams with the catch, reaching for the pylon. stuff of legends. Ultimate blend of sport and pop culture. Experience Super Bowl 55 on February 8th, right here on SEN.
Start your new year off with a super clean service from Laurenex Cleaning. Laurenex Cleaning is locally owned and operated and one of the industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces safe and clean. There's no job too big for Laurenex, and that's why Laurenex is trusted by the Port Adelaide Football Club to keep their facilities clean. But they also work hard to keep offices, sporting clubs, medical and aged facilities clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety in 2021. Google them today.
2020, you're dumped. Make a date with Beaumont right now and get 20 to 50% off tiles. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls dumped by a massive 20 to 50%. Choose Beaumont and dump the prices.
Lumo Energy SA is 100% Australian owned. They're owned by Snowy Hydro, a leader in renewable energy. Lumo Energy SA works hard to offer great value to South Australians with a choice of energy plans to suit everyone. They also offer flexible and convenient payment options to help you take control of your energy bills. Visit lumoenergy.com.au or call 131 5866. Lumo Energy not available in all areas. Eligibility criteria and conditions apply. See website for details.
Nothing says Aussie summer like a barbecue. Sizzling snags and an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is a true blue brew, a quintessential classic craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the great Australian brew, Bundaberg ginger beer.
Conserving water is so important. Nylex helps you do that with our range of grey and recycled water hoses and accessories. So don't just conserve like a Nylexpert, water like a Nylexpert. Nylex Recycled Watering Range. Available at Bunnings.
SEN Track is the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing. And each Saturday, you're invited to join the Saturday Trackside team. Be part of the banter, the fun and the expert analysis. And of course, there's plenty of tasty horse racing tips.
Get your pens, pencils, crayons and have your form guides be ready.
With Simon O'Donnell, David Taggart and the Saturday Trackside team. Listen via the SEN app and follow the tips via Twitter at SEN_track. Saturday Trackside. This Saturday from midday on SEN Track. The new sound of chasing, pacing and racing.
Real Adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
I'm just astonished how many people are still using the wrong burley cages, Pat. You need to get your cages down to the bottom for the whiting. Look at the design of the whiting's face. It's shaped so the mouth turns in underneath the jaw and they feed hard on the bottom. So where are they going to be? They could be on the bottom.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
This could be your best summer yet, because nothing screams fun like a Sea-Doo. Peter Stevens Sea-Doo sale is on now. Right away on a 2020 Sea-Doo, and Peter Stevens will cover the first 3 months' repayments. That's no repayments until 2021. Why would you wait? Best time to ever buy a Sea-Doo is now. Peter Stevens. Adelaide's home of Sea-Doo. 229 Franklin Street in the city. PeterStevens.com. Terms and conditions apply. See in store for details.
For Western Union. Another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app. On SEN Test Cricket, the third session.
Good afternoon and welcome to the final session of the opening day of the last test of the series, Australia and India from the Gabba. You join us with Australia 3 for 154, having won the toss and elected to bat. For those joining for the first time on SEN and SEN Track Relays around the country. And today we saw Dave Warner dismissed in the opening over. Australia's opening pair failed when Harris also fell for 5. Steve Smith in the middle session fell into a leg side trap in most innocuous fashion. Marnus Labuschagne dropped at a critical stage, and he now is the mainstay of this innings, as he has been for most of the series. He's on 73, and Matthew Wade, who might be playing for his test career, has made a sprightly start. He is 27 as the players return to the middle for this late afternoon session. Gerard, Whateley with you. Peter Lalor, the chief cricket writer from the Australian and a part of our SEN Test cricket coverage. This is the session I've most been looking forward to from a commentary perspective as we are at Chateau Lalor in Marrickville. Hello, Pete.
It's a shack, not a chateau, mate. It's a shotgun shack. I can't. Yes, I think people will be surprised by the depravity of these conditions. I thought broadcasting was kind of a luxurious job, mate. I imagine sitting around in comfy chairs with gold microphones and attendants, not being stuck halfway between my bedroom and my studio, crouched over a screen. But anyway,
I have so many questions to work through, Pete, and it will begin with what your setup looks like and if we're seeing the same pictures at the same time. So you might just have to follow my lead while we figure out where we are.
Okay, well, the bowler's just walking back now, adjusting his wrist. Oh, he's broken up into 50,000 pieces. Is that happening live?
Buffering.
Yes, he's buffering.
The enemy of remote broadcasting.
Okay, I'm going to watch your call and see if you're on the same speed as me.
Washington Sundar to begin this session of play. Marnus Labuschagne on 73 has the strike. The bowler delivers and Labuschagne cuts from the off stump, but he picks out mid-off. How close are we together?
We're very close. Yeah, we're very close. I've got a direct feed from Channel 7 onto my iPad, so it's a little bit ahead of the television.
Very good, very good.
Come on, boy.
So what is your setup? Are you in a little cupboard?
I'm actually trapped in a doorway because the nice man from SEN set up my
Labuschagne
radio.
leans forward, he clips to mid-wicket, he takes a single, he's 74, 3 for 155.
Oh, that's right. I've got to talk around the actual cricket, don't I? Sorry, Gerard. Yeah. Hang on. I'll just get my equilibrium here.
So you're the broadcaster under the stairs, Harry Potter style?
Basically like that, yes. I've got the SEN studios on a little table at the end of my bed. The office is in the next room, and that's where the TV screens are. So I've sort of stretched the microphone as far as it will go. I'm sitting in a doorway with my head around the corner trying to watch the cricket.
Sundar bowling over the wicket to Matthew Wade, who leaves him outside the off stump. And are you in fact running a rebel press box? Have you got other accredited members of the press at your setup?
Yes, but I took his temperature and I made sure he was COVID safe before he came in, and I'm making sure he wears his accreditation.
Wade 27 just tickles the ball to the offside, no run.
Yes, he's wearing his accreditation at all times. Young Ben Horn from the News Corp group, very good friend of mine, he's come round to try and cover the cricket with me because he's got kids at home that I don't think he can cover cricket with kids.
Many different locations to tie this test together. Sundar bowls onto the pads of Wade and he's taken away forward of square. They should be able to get two as the fielding is done in the deep and the throw comes back mid-pitch, way off range. Wade to 29, 3 for 157.
Fascinating situation, isn't it? You almost want to say that has India run out of puff, but I've learnt from 55 times earlier in this series, don't write them off just yet. They've always got a little bit more.
The flashpoint of the day really does look like the drop catch by Rahane. Wade leaves outside the off stump. So the first over after the break nets 3 runs for Australia, 3 for 157. So Pete Smith had been dismissed for 36. It was 3 for 87. He fell straight into the trap from the first ball of Sundar's next spell. He had the figures of 3.1 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for none, and the wicket was Steve Smith. And then Marnus Labuschagne edged a regulation catch to gully with which Ajinkya Rahane dropped. It turned out to be Saini's last ball as he pulled up with an injured groin. So all that was tied into that single delivery might end up being some of the critical analysis of the test.
Yeah, it could have. Yeah. That was the turning point, wasn't it? It would have gone from 3. They were 3 for 93 at that point, Australia. It would have been 4 for 93, and Matthew Wade would have been batting with Cameron Green. They're just a little. I always found those catches a little difficult. The ones just to your side, Gerard, just below the chest. But professional cricketers should catch them for breakfast. Catch those ones with their eyes closed.
He made so many good decisions, the Indian skipper, with an undermanned lineup. Shardul Thakur is bowling after the break to Labuschagne, who comes forward and defends. This is from the Vulture Street end that Thakur has taken it up.
It's fascinating getting to see all these new cricketers out there, isn't it? There's T. Natrajan, who's from the village of Chinapampati. Gerard, have you been there?
No. What do you know about it?
Sounds like the Indian Mississippi, the way it's on paper.
Thakur is in his 11th over. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 47 up till now. He bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves. It's tight to the off stump and shaping towards it.
Chinapampati, CHINAPPAMPATTI. It's like that Bobby Gentry song, MISSISSIPPI. I wonder if there's a Hindi song about Chinapampati.
There's all hands on deck. Wasn't it a fascinating 40 minutes leading up to the test where India's bowlers were out there and so much speculation as to who was fit and not. Thakur bowls, going after it as Labuschagne throw the hands through a wide one. He plays it out to deep point where a single is taken. 75 for Labuschagne, 3 for 158.
It certainly was. Just quietly, Gerard, how has this wicket looked to you from Melbourne?
Not Gabba-like.
No. It's an unusual strip, isn't it?
Yeah, dry, a crack. Is it easy? It doesn't look easy to score on. Now, maybe that's India's tactics. Maybe it will get easy here. I'm not sure. It's a bit of an open question, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if India are throwing the ball wide or just don't have their radar at the moment. It's hard to tell with these new bowlers. Shardul Thakur.
There's been a certain element of defensive bowling to it at various stages. Thakur bowls down the leg side and it's turned away by Wade. Down to fine leg. They have won and will come back for the second as the throw is again wild. Wade 31. It's 3 for 160.
Shardul Thakur, he's a 29-year-old from Palghar, which is outside Mumbai. He likes trains. So he would catch the train into Mumbai to go to cricket training, 87-kilometre trip. He didn't like driving. It's unusual for an Indian player. I read a whole interview based on his love of catching the train.
That's beautiful. Thakur gets himself rolling and he's bowling a straight ball to Wade, which he's safely in behind.
So apparently he's quite well known on that train journey, and they're very proud of him. Once he started, he's played a few games for India. Our boy from the train. Apparently some of them used to berate him for wasting his life going to cricket training every day. Now they ask him for selfies.
Yes. He'd had his test debut, which ended in unfortunate circumstances when he broke down after just 10 balls, and then his first ball back in test cricket he took a wicket. Thakur bowls and Wade is defending the ball down the line of the offside. So a couple of overs after tea. Australia 3 for 160. SEN test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Australian made and owned country pride light love wool queen quilt. $139. Bourbon 5-seater fabric recliner modular lounge suite with storage console and cup holders. Only $2,699. Purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance to amount $1,000. Approved applicants only. 60 equal monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
3 for 160. Marnus Labuschagne 75. Matthew Wade 31. Peter Lawler's in the experts cupboard for Macca's. The McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer.
Adjusting my mic level. Have I put it up too high, Gerard?
No, that's it. That's it.
Is that better?
Well done.
Is that better? Okay, thank you.
Make a tech out of you yet. A slip, a leg slip, a short leg, and the catching mid-wicket which brought Smith undone. Labuschagne to see the first ball of the new Sundar over. He's over the wicket to him and he turns it to leg, no run.
Washington Sundar, another person making his debut. He's 21. Played in Steve Smith's IPL team, I think.
Well, that's interesting. Sundar bowls and Labuschagne cuts from his stumps and he's placed it wide of mid-off and he's helped himself to runs. It'll take some chasing down into the deep, but it is chased determinedly by Siraj. And the Australians will get 3. 78 for Labuschagne. That is interesting, Pete, because it did look like Smith had never seen Sundar in his life, and he tied him in knots just before lunch and then got him first ball when he was reintroduced into the attack.
Makes me think that I might have read that wrong. I'm Googling that to double check. Every Google search says he just got Steve Smith out in this test.
Yes.
Wait, I'll have to wade more deeply.
Good first wicket. Good first wicket. Wade is 31. Sundar around the wicket when he delivers to the left-hander, and he drives straight to mid-off. So what have you made of India, who come in right up against it, and they've been commendable up till now, but the honours of the day are in the balance?
Have I made of India today, or have I made of India across this
just
test
today,
match series?
Sundar bowls to Wade, who defends. So just the opening 2 sessions of the test.
Well, I feel like they arrived full of beans, full of hope, full of expectation, that they pulled off so many remarkable feats thus far.
Wade,
and what did it matter?
No run.
And what did it matter? That they were down to their that they'd been through 20 players or something like that. But I think it's finally catching up with them. There is a lack of quality in this bowling attack, and it's showing.
Yep. And Sundar bowls and Wade defends.
Got it right that time.
Actually, that's the end of the over, Pete. Back with you in a moment. 3 for 163. SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles have European-made timber look laminate flooring for under $17 per square metre. Yes, National Tiles exclusive European oak look laminate timber flooring for under $17 per square metre. That's under $170 for an average 10 square metre bedroom floor. National Tiles. Now you can get a quality finish for less. Rush in now and save.
Australia 3 for 163. Labuschagne 78. Wade is 31. So opportunity for young Indian bowlers, but the ability to sustain pressure for long enough. That's the question now that Pete Lalor is pondering.
It is the question now, but I tell you what, even though this has been a pretty poor performance by Australian batsmen through this series, hasn't it? With a few exceptions.
Labuschagne has been the main one of those. He's on 78 as he faces Thakur and leaves outside the off stump.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned Labuschagne. Has anybody out there got a calculator? Because I want you to do something for me if you have. Just jumping around all over the place, Joe, because I haven't had my medication. I found Steve Smith interviewing Washington Sundar in 2017 after an IPL match. So, yes, Steve was his captain, so... Yep, he captained him as a 17-year-old.
That's an outstanding little nugget to have found, Pete. Sundar took him in Test cricket, so a terrific thrill for the young man, who will have seen firsthand what a quality batsman he is. Thakur bowls, driven by Labuschagne, and he'll get it through mid-off again. It'll take some chasing as he got a big piece of it, rolls out towards the rope and gets there. A boundary for Labuschagne. He moves to 82. And the boundary for Blunston.
That's an excellent shot. I think he's tried to overhit a couple of balls in this innings, but that one he's lent on it, just given it enough to get it to the fence, past the mid-off. Lovely piece of batting, no trouble at all. He's in fantastic form, this Marnus Labuschagne, and I don't know if anyone out there has got a calculator. I'll give you a few seconds to get it together.
Yeah, I reckon we should be ready after the Blunston boundary, 150 not out. Blunston since 1870, so go after this ball.
I will.
Thakur is set to deliver it. He's over the wicket. He bowls to Labuschagne, who leaves.
Okay, so this is Marnus Labuschagne when he comes in for Steve Smith, so second innings at Lords. I'm going to call you out his scores. 59, 74, 80, 67, 11, 48, 14. We come back to Australia here.
No, keep going.
185.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm watching the cricket.
Yep.
162. 143. That's a nice streak there, isn't it?
That is
50.
Wait. Thakur sets in from the top of his mark, and he's bowling to Labuschagne, who turns into leg and adds an additional run to go to 83. So factor that in when you get there. Keep going.
So the last score I read was 50. That was against New Zealand in Perth. Then we go to Melbourne. 63, 19, 215, 59, 47, 6, 48, 28, 91, 73. Now, his worst performance in a test match, his lowest...
Takur bowls to Wade, who drive, didn't get all of it. It rolls out to cover, no run.
Was the 47 and 6 in Adelaide.
Yep.
Is his worst return since coming into the side. That's an incredible run of figures. He's made a half century in all but 2 of the test matches he's played since coming into the team. And in those 2 where he didn't make a half century, he made 47 and 48.
Yes. Wow. So that was 1,542 runs that you ran us through. As Wade tucks this ball off his pads, and he'll get at least 1 through square and holds up the hand and says no. 6 from the over, 3 for 169. SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
When you're building or designing someone's dream home, it's the personal touches that help new homeowners feel comfortable in their new environment. Builders can create the right environment for customers with Mega Air. They're Dakin's specialist dealers, working exclusively with some of Adelaide's best-known builders, focused on creating custom-designed air systems to fit the Aussie lifestyle. From the coast to the Adelaide Hills, Mega Air Air Conditioning. Create your environment. megaair.com.au.
Marnus Labuschagne, 83 from 178 balls. He shapes as the player of the day for Bingley. Sale of the year now on. Peter Lalor marvelling at his work since returning to the side of the Ashes. There's one additional stat to add to what you're running through, Pete, here, which is 1,542 runs plus the 83. Is he has been dropped 10 times in those innings, and the only man who has been dropped more, as Sundar opens the new over and Wade clouts him away to mid-off. Gill gets around to keep it to 1. It's 3 for 170. Only Ben Stokes has been dropped more. CricViz published when he was dropped for the 9th time, then he was dropped again thereafter.
Divide that number by 21, I think, Gerard, to get his average, if you don't mind to.
73.4. He's going to nudge that up with 83 not out to his name thus far. Sundar bowls 2. He backs away from the stumps and he cuts forward of points. So there's more runs to be had as Takur gets around in the deep to do the fielding. 2 more for Labuschagne, who's 85. It's 3 for 172.
And that's the shot that Labuschagne's picked up through this series. He backs a long way to the leg side and he's playing the ball off the stumps. Sometimes I think it's off leg stump and perhaps even off the pad, but through the offside, because that's where they're giving him a scoring opportunity, asking him to take that risk, and he's taking it.
Sundar bowls to Labuschagne and just tickles it to backward points. Takar does the fielding. 1 more to his total. He's 86.
It's like these two. It's like watching a surgeon and a butcher go about their work, isn't it? Labuschagne has the wrists and the tricks. But, what did you say before? The Wade shot was it was a slap anyway, wasn't it?
Yes, these are good circumstances for Wade to be batting for his test career. Sundar around the wicket to him. He's back and cutting through point. There's coverage in the field. A single taken. So he's 34. It's 3 for 174.
I sometimes think that Matthew Wade goes about cricket in the way that you would expect Lee Matthews to play cricket. There's something nuggety about him. Showing my age there.
That's very
And my Victorianness. Apologies to anyone who doesn't know who he is. Brisbane coach.
Yes, surely he's got the country covered. Labuschagne defends. Smothers any spin that might be there from Sundar.
I'll put a picture up on social media of this fantastic studio you've got me in, Gerard.
Nice. We might compare some notes all around the country in our various setups to bring you the coverage. Labuschagne 86, flexes and twitches and turns to leg. He will take a single out in the deep. He's 87. 87 struck today on a rare occurrence. Smith fell then. It was 3 for 175 now. SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world.
An important message from the Victorian Government. To help stop the spread of coronavirus, all residents and travellers wishing to enter Victoria must now apply for a permit. To find out whether you are currently in a red zone, orange zone or green zone, and what you must do to enter Victoria, visit coronavirus.vic.gov.au. Stay safe, stay open. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
3 for 175. Labuschagne 87. Wade 34. Peter Lalor, I suspect you'd like to get to the top of the Australian batting order for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, where Warner went out at the end of the first over for 1 and Harris, when the score was on, 17 for 5. So for what Australia has got this summer, it's never been able to get the top of its order right. Marnus Labuschagne batting at 3. He's on 87 as Takur bowls well outside the off stump and it's left alone.
Well, we got one glimpse of the preferred order, didn't we?
Yeah.
And that was in the last Test match with Pukovsky batting with Warner. Warner got a good delivery there. I guess the knock on Harris is that it was a soft dismissal. And, you're waiting a long time for a Test match, mate. Don't get out softly. These opportunities don't come around very often. You were really made to wait for that one, and that was a poor shot falling over, scooped it up to...
Takur sets in and he bowls to Labuschagne. It's wide. Labuschagne went for it. He blunted it to cover. No run.
He's throwing his bat a long way wide at that one, wasn't he?
Yep.
Yeah. Would have been
in Harris, the question will be whether we saw the same style of failure, I suspect.
Well, I think the traditional Harris failure we expect is getting squared up a little bit outside the off, isn't it? Not, it's about the swing of his bat, catching the outside edge.
Labuschagne leaves the next wide delivery all alone.
Being vulnerable in that sort of gully point region, whereas today he was caught on the leg side, scooped it up on the leg side. So don't go looking for other ways to get out, Marcus. But look, there have been a lot of good reports about his form in the Sheffield Shield, but that was some time ago. I'm just trying to find out when he last had a hit in a competitive game of cricket. Did he play in any of the tour games?
Yeah, it was the Australia A game at the SCG.
Yeah, that's right.
If he'd made a score, he might have won. Well, he would have won his way ahead of Joe Burns into the Test, but he didn't in that pink ball game. Takur bowls well outside the off stump, and again Labuschagne leaves.
So that was on December 11 and 12, wasn't it? That Australia A game at the SCG.
So he's been in the hub the whole time and not playing any competitive cricket. So there's been a host of players in the series who have faced that circumstance out there, and some have succeeded and others just haven't had the grounding.
Well, India have fielded net bowlers, haven't they? Natrashan is a net bowler. I'd say Washington Sundar is too.
Labuschagne has batted a long way outside his crease throughout this innings. He faces up to Takur and he plays through extra cover. A lovely drive out towards the boundary. It'll be overhauled at the last as Mark Agarwal goes on the chase. But the Australians are quickly back for 3. And with that, Labuschagne moves to 90 and the partnership to 91. It's 3 for 178.
Not only is he batting a long way out of his crease, and while he didn't do it that delivery, in some of those deliveries he's actually advancing from that position, which shows you he's not intimidated by the pace at all, trying to take his pads out of the equation, the LBW.
Just sizing them up outside the off stump where Takur is bowling maybe the 6th or 7th stump line, really. Wade has the strike for the last ball of the over. Takur bowls to him. He tucks it up in defence and runs it to point. No run. 3 for 178. SEN Test cricket on for Western Union. Send money around the world.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Australian made and owned country pride light loft wool queen quilt. $139. Bourbon 5-seater fabric recliner modular lounge suite with storage console and cup holders. Only $2,699. Purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance amount $1,000. Approved applicants only. 60 for monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
3 for 178, Labuschagne 90, Wade 33. The bulk of today's highlights for Nilex experts in watering have come from the blade of Marnus Labuschagne, with the promise of a century unless India can disrupt him, and they're going to pull the bowling change here. Sundar comes out of the attack, and Mohammad Siraj, who started the day in good style. Gerard, Whateley and Peter Lalor with you. Pete, so in the numbers you just gave us for Labuschagne, 1,542 at 73. In the corresponding phase, Warner's posted 900 at 47, but there's a 335 not out, which weighs so heavily in that. He is 34, so it becomes an open question at some point. Is there any question at the moment that is Warner rusty or is he in decline?
It's hard to judge. How do you judge a guy? Three innings in this series. What did we have prior to that?
So, yes, you have to run through his return, really. Siraj bowls into the off stump from Labuschagne, who climbs all over it. It's a neat little off drive as well, and he'll help himself to 3 more. Just a couple of missteps in the field as they were heading back to field that. 93 for Labuschagne. So Warner, back from his suspension, missed out on everything in England, which was well documented. Returned to Australia, took Pakistan apart, 154, 335, made a century against New Zealand. Then has had the COVID year where he hasn't played cricket, returned in the white ball form, tore the groin, and has missed out in his 3 innings since. So it's very hard to judge where his journey is because it's had no continuity.
Australia played 3 tests in 2020, Gerard. It's not a lot, is it?
No.
It's a surprising figure when you...
Siraj bowls and Wade takes it off his pads to mid-on, no run.
It's a sort of number that I could get to without your calculator. I did that. I added them all up in my head. But that's not many test matches, so it's very hard to judge somebody's form or make a judgment about somebody. You can make judgments on players who keep making the same mistakes over and over and have a flaw in their character, their technique.
Siraj at the start of the new spell down the leg side to Wade, untouched through to punt.
So I don't know how you can make a call about where Warner is at. I mean, he played. He was quite restricted, wasn't he? Particularly in the first innings of the last Test match.
Yes, he was unconvincing when he spoke to us on, I think it was morning 5 of that Test match, around his prospects of backing up, but back up he did. He had a little clip at Pujara in the first over, unwarranted, and then was out by the end of it, which did cause Chris Rogers a wry chuckle. Low percentage sledging as an opening batsman. Wade turns all over the leg side. He beats mid-wicket initially, and as a result will be able to take a couple of runs. Not the tidiest outfielding from Agarwal. 36 for Wade, 3 for 183.
Did you hear what he said, Gerard? I had the stump mics down here in...
He said, there was a bit of movement over the sight screen, and he said to Pujara, it'll be bothering you all Test match. And a couple of balls later, he was out.
How do you know it'll be bothering you all Test match is a sledge? It
was just a neat little clip of Pujara. Wade leaves outside the off stump.
Gideon made the point the other day that we hear snatches of conversation on these stump mics, and we think we've had a revelation into everything that's being said, but they can genuinely be out of context, can't they?
There was no question on the context
of that one.
It was there in a very brief period of time. It was very brief innings. One sledge, one out. Siraj to tidy up the over. It's played away by Wade. Turns it to the leg side. Wide of mid-on. He will get 2 and then have a look at a third. They choose not to come. So Wade to 38. Pete, I'll let you get back to your makeshift studio for Channel 7. Good stint in the cupboard. Look forward to chatting tomorrow.
Can I come out of the cupboard now?
No, I don't think so. Peter Lalor, 3 for 183. We're at the Gabba next with Adam Collins.
As a Daikin specialist dealer, Aether Air offset the carbon footprint of every air conditioning system they install for 10 years. The choice you make for your comfort today will impact your children's climate tomorrow. It's time to clean bold climate change. aetherair.com.au.
Having to sell your boat, the Godfather, after years in the backyard would break most, but the 3.5-tonne brake towing in the new Hilux Rugged X means you can say farewell fast and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Conditions apply. See toyota.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world. Australia started this final session at 3 for 154. They're now 3 for 185. Marnus Labuschagne 7 runs shy of another Test century. Matthew Wade with him on 38. The partnership is 98. I'm Adam Collins, and with me is Ian Healy. Good afternoon, Ian.
G'day, Adam. His 40s were terrible. Didn't even see 50s, 60s, 70s and 80s, did we? Marnus has really found some rhythm, and he's enjoying this wicket better than anyone else.
He's taken full advantage of the chance he had on 37. The captain, Rahane, put him down. A straightforward chance in the gully from the bowling of Saini. It's Thacker here. Long spell continues bowling to Labuschagne, who drives on the front foot but doesn't get much of it. Stopped in the bowler's follow through.
He's enjoyed facing Thakur too, much more than Natarajan, who was bowling really well to him round the wicket and sometimes over the wicket. He just couldn't get a handle on that leg side attack that he was producing and lost his timing totally. And even to the bowling of Sundar, he lost it. He was playing shots that are now looking much easier. They've got an absolutely conventional field, well, not really. They've got a ring plus a deep point. Just 2 slips.
Yeah, Labuschagne in complete control. Thacker to him here, and he plays with soft hands just at the crease. No run there, he says, into the stump mic audibly. Such a talking point between the Test matches, those microphones, but no concern so far today. Labuschagne been out there for 190 deliveries.
Yeah, and the last 50 have been true class. You know, Rishabh Pant has given the microphones a workout again today. But nothing to create a headline with.
I get the impression that Australian fans like Rishabh Pant. They like the way he goes about it. He might say a bit, but he gives a bit as well. Back to the crease, over the wicket. Labuschagne again in defence, this time out towards mid-wicket, no run. Of course, Rishabh Pant, a couple of years ago, struck a mighty century at the SCG, really took Australia down. Was dropped not long after that from the Indian Test team, but got his chance at Melbourne, took it. Brilliant last week in the second dig at Sydney. Instrumental to that great escape there.
Some of those shots he was playing against the bowling of Lyon, against the spin, with the spin, down the ground, lofted, along the ground. Incredible bat speed and courage to take Lino out of the rough.
Feels like he doesn't even swing properly. Hardly gets the ball out over the rope. This is pushed into the offside by Labuschagne. He stays on 93. Short arm jab. One of those that went the full distance last week from Rishabh Pant, so quite the talent.
Thakur, while, Marnus has found some comfort against him, he's hanging in there.
It's a long spell, this, into his 7th over here, either side of tee. None for 32, so he's taken some tap, but we don't know the state of Saini. More work for all the bowlers. Thacker bowls here, and Labuschagne's happy to leave this well outside the off stump. Decent carry through to punt.
Yes, I was wondering whether you'd noticed that. Wicketkeepers love keeping at the Gabba because it's very consistent and bounces comfortably through to you. So even Rishabh Pant, who's not known for his footwork, he got 2 sideways steps in there, just skip steps, and took it at waist high and passed it onto his slips cordon. He's having a great joke there at the moment with the cordon. So it's a much less stressful test than Sydney for a wicketkeeper.
Thacker to complete his over. Bowls to Labuschagne, who drives well down the ground. Times that so sweetly and crashing into the rope in front of us at the Vulture Street end. Labuschagne to 97. Australia at the end of the over, a 3 for 189.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Australian maiden-owned country pride light love wool queen quilt, $139. Bourbon 5-seater fabric recliner modular lounge suite with storage console and cup holders, only $2,699. Purchase with 60 months interest-free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance to $1,000. Approved applicants only. 60 for monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
That was Labuschagne's 9th Blunston boundary. Blunston, 150 not out since 1870. His partnership has now reached triple figures and put on 102 from 169 deliveries after coming together when the score was 3 for 87. Matthew Wade has 38 of those. He's back on strike. He's batted so nicely, but that drive down the ground, the on-drive of Labuschagne, one of the most attractive shots in the game. He's gone through the gears perfectly either side of tee. Fresh over through the leg side, clipping Siraj is Wade. That should be back-to-back boundaries, and it is put away. Wade to 42, Australia 3 for 193, back-to-back Blunston boundaries, 150 not out Blunston since 1870. Ian Healy.
Blunston's go all right, don't they? That's a shot that Matty Wade's been missing. So another indicator that he's just finding a bit of rhythm as well. It was leg side, it was even outside leg stump, and a shot identical to the one that Marcus Harris got out to. And Marcus will be watching that going, oh, God, if I'd have played that in, 3 hours ago, I would have still been out there myself.
11,500 spectators here at the Gabba. Siraj bowls on leg stump again, and Wade says no run, knocking it into the onside.
He's batting well within himself, Matty Wade. He's been patient as well. He's wasted a couple of innings, a couple of starts in this series, so sort of put himself under pressure. In Melbourne, he left his crease and swiped across one a little bit, top-edged it, and was caught. And was that Melbourne? Melbourne and Sydney as well. So,
similar shots.
So, a bit wasteful. So today he looks quite careful.
Siraj over the wicket, a couple of slips to Wade, who defends. You made the point off air, Heels, that in some respects, Matthew Wade having to bat earlier in the Test match, not coming in at 3 for stacks, coming in at 3 for 87. It redefined his role today. It meant he had to dig in, and he's prospering.
And he's certainly good enough to do that role. You're not going to be overawed by going in at 3 for 87. You'd probably rather go in at 3 for 140. But he went in, he would have been on edge and good enough to do it. And now he's got the best batting conditions of the 5 days.
Siraj now over the wicket, wide of the crease, and Wade defending back to the bowler.
On the afternoon of the first day, many times I went out to bat and went, how good's this pitch? And then you think, well, how lucky am I? I'm out here on the afternoon of day one. 5 of our top order have found themselves out on this wicket. And so the timing is handy sometimes for you. Other times when you're not in such great form or feeling, that you hope the top order go a bit better than that.
Timing is everything. Siraj to the crease and bowls, and Wade again clipping through the onside. He wants 2 to deep backward square. He'll only get 1. Wade saying to Labuschagne, that's not a very good idea. Moves along to 3 for 194. Wade has 43.
Earlier in the day, we talked about, I think Rhino talked about how Labuschagne and Smith complemented each other, and the different pressures they can put on a bowling attack. Well, these two are now doing exactly that. It's left and right-handed pressure, but now because they are both into a rhythm and they're hitting shots they previously weren't, India have got to change something. They haven't got any answers. Marnus was missing things down the leg side. He was mistiming things, and he wasn't anywhere when they were wide outside off. He's just letting it go. Well, now he's hitting them all. He's hitting down the ground. He's cutting. He's working to the leg. They don't know what to do now.
Labuschagne on 97. Last ball of the over. And he drives through the offside. He should get at least 3. It should be a century. It will be a century. Doesn't quite go the journey for 4. They might run 4. It's a punctuation mark. Marnus Labuschagne brings up his 5th century in Test cricket. He's 2nd at the Gabba. The Hopetown boy does it again. It was hard work early, then enterprising, but fantastic all the same. Labuschagne, 101 from 195 deliveries. Australia, at the end of the over, 3 for 198.
Oh, they love him. They've been totally engaged in this innings the whole way through. They're a little bit more raucous now, later in the day than they were, but they were with him right from the word go. And what about that for a shot? We talked about India running out of plans to him. That was a good ball. A short back of a length, outside off. He stayed on the front foot and heaved it through covers. It was an outstanding way to bring up 100. All 4 run.
Wonder how often a century's been brought up with an all-4 run. Marnus Labuschagne ticking that box. 5 centuries in Test cricket. 2 of them at the Gabba. His first against India. 9 boundaries along the way. 277 minutes. What a force he's been in the baggy green since returning to it on a full-time basis at Lords in 2019. It's been unstoppable.
I'm not sure I've seen a more a sizable change in an innings. You know, a kick from... It looked to me like passing 50 was a milestone where he could breathe a sigh of relief. Then all his timing came back. All his decision-making was different. He stood still, played all his shots.
Natarajan back into the attack. Matthew Wade pushes the cover, no run.
This will be the sign, won't it? When Marnus gets up to Natarajan again, who sort of made it difficult for him, even though I'm thinking Marnus was making it more difficult for himself than the bowler was. That challenge was on. And here it is again. We'll see what it's like now he's past 100.
He's been the glue, Marnus Labuschagne, throughout this series for Australia. 47 in the first innings at Adelaide, 48 in the first innings at Melbourne in 2 low-scoring affairs, and 91 and 73 at the SCG, now saluting for 100. Natarajan over the wicket to Wade. No runs the call, pushing towards mid-wicket.
Now this partnership needs to continue. Wade has to just work the ball. I'd like to see him just lift his intensity a little bit on his feet. He's been hitting big shots, okay, but not a lot in between. So now he can just tick it over a little bit more rather than dominating. Don't worry about dominating, just bat.
Slip in the gully. Over the wicket he goes to Wade off the back foot. Does he find the gap? He does. He'll get a couple more between point and cover. Went the forceful stroke, well timed again. Wade to 45.
It's like they're on
3 for 198.
It's like they're on a downhill slope. It's getting out of control for India, this. That was a great shot by Matthew Wade. It was into the gap and it was only 2, but yeah, it was an impressive shot.
It actually brought up the Australian 200, 3 for 200 halfway through the 64th over, losing wickets with the score on 4, 17 and 87. But this pair have made sure that the hosts are in a very good position to make it very much their day. Natarajan over the wicket to Wade, who pulls, it's in the air, should be taken, 3 around it, and gone. Well, they could have raffled it. It hung in the air, went straight back over the top of the umpire. In the end, it was Thakur who had the presence of mind to take it on his hip. And Matthew Wade on 45, just when Australia had the opportunity to put the foot down and really punch the Indian bruise. The 4th wicket goes with Australia on 200, Ian Healy.
Another top edge, Matty Wade. Right when you didn't need it. Starting to find the middle of the bat. His footwork was pretty good, and then just got a little bit funky with that shot. And you see Shardul there, who is Shardul Thakur. He took the catch, and he wouldn't be a great person to collide with. There was nearly a collision, a little low centre of gravity nugget, but they got that done. Matthew Wade, disappointingly, has to go.
So Matthew Wade's stretch without a half-century continues. He did play so nicely. He'll be bitterly disappointed falling that way again as Cameron Green makes his way to the middle. Tall, imposing man, number 42 on his back. Natarajan gets himself a wicket, his first in Test cricket.
We were waiting to see if he was going to trouble Marnus, weren't we? We didn't think Wadey was going to come into the fray. Very, very disappointing. Interesting shot, funny shot. We've seen some funny shots and strategies of Marnus against Natarajan. Maybe he's a tricky, crafty character for such an inexperienced first-class cricketer.
So Natarajan gets the breakthrough that India so sorely needed after a partnership of 113. The fast bowlers did the job early. Siraj and Thakur. Sundar, the 1 wicket in the middle session, and now Natarajan gets himself in the book. A couple of balls to go in this, his 13th over. Cameron Green taking guard, of course, made his maiden test half-century in the second innings at Sydney. Struck the ball superbly after he passed 50. Of course, that's not what the situation requires right now.
No, hang in for 50 balls. You'll be right.
Well, that technique we've seen him defend so nicely through the series.
He bats similarly to Marnus. A little three-step across, split knees.
Natarajan around the wicket to Green to begin on leg stump, pushed into the onside, no run.
Got himself right over in front of off stump there. So he's a big LBW chance, the way he bats, as are a few of the Aussies. They back themselves to hit the ball. So somehow, if you can starve them from hitting the ball for a little while and then get them to miss one, they're right in front of their stumps.
So Natarajan, he's picked up his first test wicket in this over to complete it. 2 slips in a gully, and he pulls out just when he gets to umpire Wilson. Not sure if that was the initiation of Cameron Green backing away, but in any case, he's back to his mark, preparing himself to go again.
So nothing shot by Matty Wade, so it was a poor decision to go for that shot. He was probably hoping for a pull shot, and then he sort of only half got a pull shot and he half played a pull shot. The ball wasn't quite short enough.
Natarajan finished the over this time, and it's pushed into the offside by Cameron Green. Nice straight bat. End of a successful over for India, losing Matthew Wade, having batted so well for 45, and Australia a 4 for 200.
2020, you're dumped. Make a date with Beaumont right now and get 20 to 50% off tiles. Bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls dumped by a massive 20 to 50%. Choose Beaumont and dump the prices.
New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world. Adam Collins and Ian Healy with you on the call at the Vulture Street end of the Gabba. Ian Healy, to add to your thoughts on Matthew Wade, the position he's put himself into is that when they're running the rule over his series, they will see that, to this point at least, he hasn't passed 50 across 4 test matches, and the pressure will increase yet again.
Yes, if they value 50s.
Gerard starts a new over. 2 slips and a gully.
I think
defended back to him, no run.
He hasn't failed badly, so he's not far away. That's how you got it. He's played a shot like that, a get-out shot, at that instance too often, so that's what he's got to eradicate. It was a nonchalant go through with it. I'm not in a great position here. Oh, that's got big on me. And he went half through with the shot rather than speed his hands up and try to get enough pace on it to get it past the fielders. And just popped it straight up. I think that's a nonchalant shot. Steve Smith's was a nonchalant shot.
Siraj from the Stanley Street end bowls, and driving is Labuschagne. Doesn't quite beat the man a bit off. There's plenty of work to do from his right. Does it well.
Really good fielding there. They've been excellent in that position mid-off. Most of the time it's been Shobman Gill. That's not. That's Washington Sundar. So he's done a lot of work with the ball too. So excellent work. Good shot by Marnus. Good shot. I reckon Marcus Harris's shot's another one that it sort of reeked of a man who hasn't played matches for 2 months. He sort of the bat turned in his hands. He wasn't ready to capitalise on a bad ball and just hit it to the man that was there. So, yeah, Australia can sharpen up a little bit with some of their decisions.
Just having a brief delay in play. Looks as though Mohammad Siraj isn't satisfied with a piece of turf where he's taking off just before the cut strip. Umpire Oxenford's taking a look. Looks like we're going to see a member of the ground staff come out with the hammer, smash it down. So while they're doing that, we'll continue our conversation about the Australian middle order and Matthew Wade, and the crowd are very much involved when the hat of the groundsman falls off when he's racing to the middle. Indeed, on the crowd, they were...
Oh, look at the vests go. 4 vests, 2 Indians, 2 Aussies. drinks, gloves, towels, everything going out there.
The crowd are engaged. The big Mexican wave went up just after tea all the way around the Gabba here, and then as Labuschagne neared 100, the wave stopped. Edge of seat stuff, raised his century, the hometown boy. Now they get to have some fun. Yeah, the Matthew Wade, I suppose it depends how you value, as you say, reaching milestones. There seems to be two different categories of thinking on this. One is that he's getting starts. Well, that's nothing to be sneezed at. The other is that if you get out after reaching a score like 45 and you are in, then you're more culpable than if you get a good one early.
Especially in a misfiring batting attack. You know, that would get hidden, in a high-achieving batting lineup. So he is going to be exposed. It would be very interesting to see their thoughts of him. You know, he seems to be the most liked out of the candidates that are in the team or on the bench, and he's just got to start to fire a little bit for them.
So the mini delay has come and gone. Siraj again bowls here. Labuschagne pushing into the onside, no run.
See that energy? So Marnus, as you said, pushed it down to mid-on, but he was on the balls of his feet. He was sharp when the ball was hitting his bat. He was ready to run. That's what I felt. Wadey had just dropped a little bit, and the intensity and spirit of your batting is very, very important to get your body, keep your body going. And Cameron Green's got to get into that mode next to make sure this partnership might take Australia to 300, not on 200.
Siraj races towards us and Labuschagne. He cuts him off the back foot down towards deep backward point where there is a sweeper. I have to be satisfied with a single. Pretty short, the sub doing the work out there. Labuschagne 102.
Marnus too's got to forget about his score now. Just bat. Got to bat out for the day. You know, not worry about how he's going. Just get the job done and have a plan of what he likes to do. That's a good sign. He was able to sort of pick that line up very, very quickly, just outside off, and played a late cut, which has been a shot that he hasn't played with great control all day.
Yeah, and a good part of the Labuschagne summer last year, or should I say one of the best parts of the Labuschagne summer last year, was that he turned his hundreds into big hundreds.
Yep.
The first one here was 182, and so it went, capping it with a double ton at Sydney. It's Green facing up to Siraj here and getting himself off the mark with a nice drive down the ground, past mid-off. He'll come back for a second. It's 4 for 203 Australia.
What about that for a forward lunge?
Yes.
Cameron Giraffe Green hit his front foot shot. I reckon he was 2 metres out of his crease. Looked like he took a bit of a half movement towards the bowler, then a full extension of the front foot, and uses his levers and length extremely well.
So a short catching mid-wicket right alongside the strip. 2 slips in the gully, conventional. Siraj finishes over, bowls to Green, who drives again down the ground. That's an even better shot from the young man. It'll crash into the rope now. Green, his first boundary. Our boundaries for Blunston, 150 not out Blunston since 1870. A productive over for Australia, 4 for 207.
ABN holders, the time for a new ute is now. With ABN offers now available at your Mazda dealer, enjoy better value than ever on brand new Mazda BT50. These offers are on top of the government instant asset tax write-off. And when you add immediate delivery, it's a win-win for ABN holders. It's the only ute that's the complete package. And with this value, brand new Mazda BT50 can be yours today. Visit your Mazda dealer. Conditions apply.
That drive made for a lovely replay. Our replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. Green, 6 from just 4 balls, so he's out of the blocks nicely. Labuschagne, 102 from 199 deliveries. Australia, 4 for 207. 15 overs from that second new ball, which we will see this afternoon.
I think we'll have to see some spin again, won't we, before that second new ball gets taken.
Natarajan here. His third spell around the wicket. Pulling is Labuschagne through the onside. There's a gap at mid-wicket. Doesn't get all of it. He'll get at least 2. They should come back for 3, and they do. That's good running. It'll require a relay throw as well. Privsy Shaw doing the work out there. And a second all-run 4. Brilliant from Labuschagne. Well supported by Green, but Labuschagne was the man who wanted it. An all-run 4 to get to 100, and another one here. They're unusual, but the wide expanses and the pockets of the Gabba make it possible. 4 for 211.
it ran on. And it's sort of the camber of this ground goes from the middle towards the boundaries, and so that ball kept running, which put the Indians under pressure. Looks like Prithvi Shaw there at mid-on. But and Cameron Green was so slow to commit to the fourth run, and then took about 8 steps compared to Marnus's 28, and got home much more comfortably than Marnus did.
So Labuschagne, 9 boundaries, but 2 of them all run. Fantastic Test cricket. Natarajan round the wicket, wide of the crease, driving, but not beating cover on this occasion. Labuschagne stays on 106. You mentioned carry at the Gabba before we move off that in the second new ball. I mean, Craig McDermott, the ball he bowled here to India back in 1991 when you were behind the stumps, first ball of a Test match, was straight over your head. Such fantastic carry that he was able to generate from his height, and this Gabba track, which on its best day must be a wonderful place to wicket keep.
It is. It's the best in the world.
Natarajan round the wicket and pulled again by Labuschagne, but this time there's a sweeper at deep mid-wicket. 107, 108, Misfield running on it. Labuschagne so quick. That's intent. He's 108, 4 for 2, 1-2. Barely a bobble. And he was up to the task of racing back. He was all over it, Labuschagne.
And the timing of the shot put a man 60 metres away under pressure. He fumbled with a touch, and that enabled both to come back for a second run.
So he loses the second slip. Instead, Rohit Sharma's at a catching mid-wicket. A man on the boundary in that direction as well. Natarajan to Labuschagne, who drives but doesn't beat point. Outside portion of the bat.
Oh, he got away with that one, Natarajan. It was full and it was drivable. And the offside field, point, cover and mid-off are all getting in too close for my liking. You know, I haven't seen a batsman today drop and run. But they're getting in way too close at a time where both these men especially are looking to play big, expansive drives. I'd just hang back a touch, because if Natarajan puts it on that length again, Marnus won't miss 2 in a row.
Marnus Labuschagne, who picked up his 5th Test 100 since the tea interval. Australia started this session at 3 for 154. They're now 4 for 213. In control, especially the hometown boy, the Queenslander, Australia's number 3. Natarajan bolstering here, and it's high in the air. That should be taken. Punts underneath it, and Labuschagne's gone. The second top edge brings another wicket for India in this session. That was the way that Wade fell, and that's the way that Labuschagne goes as well. It's a fine century. He goes for 108, but Australia lose a 5th wicket. The score's on 2-1-3, and India, Ian Healy, as we have seen throughout this series, just won't lay down.
No, they're trying everything. There's been about 3 or 4 different lines and lengths produced in this particular over. We worried about him getting driven last ball, and he bangs one in. And Marnus either wasn't ready for it or, again, plays a really false shot. So uncharacteristic of his last hour of batting. Queenslanders stand and salute.
He gets a fantastic reception from the Gabba crowd. Walked out in the first over of today when the score was 4. He walks off when the score is 213. So 1 ball to come in his Natarajan over. He now has 2 Test wickets, Matthew Wade and Marnus Labuschagne, and 1 ball left in this his 14th over. So Tim Payne, he'll be at the non-striker's end for this delivery. They did cross, so Cameron Green will be on strike. But Natarajan, after at different times today, really giving Australia a workout around that leg stump, has earned 2 big rewards.
Yeah, no, I think this spell's been an excellent bounce back for him. 1 ball shy of 14 overs and 2 for 33. They couldn't get off the hill, could they? Couldn't get off the downward slope. Whateley and Marnus, it was sort of just go, go, go. And both have played false shots.
So 2 new men. This does give India another opportunity. Australia's lower middle order has been tested a number of times in this series. 2 slips in the gully. Last ball at a Natarajan over. He's left outside the off stump by Cameron Green. This is SEN Test Cricket for Western Union. Send money around the world. We're going to go back to Melbourne with the score Australia 5 for 213.
Tyre Power's big holiday sale gives you the power to get away with a great deal on Kumho tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on Kumho tyres, including a huge range of premium quality passenger car and SUV tyres. What a way to get away when you buy 3 and get 1 free on a big range of Kumho tyres. Only this January and only at Tyre Power. Conditions apply. Tyre Power's big holiday sale is now on. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local owner-operator.
So a couple of twists we didn't expect as the afternoon progressed, with false shots from both Wade and Marnus Labuschagne. The door is well and truly ajar for India once again, Chris Rogers, with Australia at 5 for 213, and Siraj has the ball in hand late-ish on day one at the Gabba, and a real opportunity here once again.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Australia will be so disappointed with those two dismissals. They had India on toast and just felt that they were doing it easy, just hitting the ball on the ground, playing predominantly off the front foot through the offside.
Payne takes his first ball and lets it pass.
And just, I guess that's the frustrating thing. You don't have to play every shot in the book. Sometimes you just play to your strengths a bit more, and I think just giving the opposition opportunities.
Both of Parrish playing the pull shot. All our numbers for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. Labuschagne's 5th Test century. Right now it's Tim Payne. He gets a full ball, which he drives without any real oomph in the shot, and he can't get a run.
I mean, the other thing it's done is, and this is probably credit to India for the good work that they did in the morning session. It's brought them back in the game. They're 5 wickets down. It's only 14 overs to go to the second new ball. So if they've got a pretty defensive field here for Tim Payne. There's only 2 slips, so just keep the lid on it and then maybe attack with a second new ball as well.
Those bowls and Payne leaves well alone.
And then you just never know. You might be able to bowl Australia out for under 300. And that just see if you can get 450. Put some pressure back on Australia, but I mean, it looks midway through that second session that, well, towards the end of the second session, Australia were going to get 400 pretty easily.
Watching the replays there for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse as the next delivery from Siraj has Payne just standing up a little taller to defend. Tim Payne made 1 and then 39 not out. Last up in Sydney, of course, he's 73 not out at Adelaide at the start of the series. Was his 3rd highest test score. Ian Green, some enterprising batting late to set the total, which we thought would be a winning total in Sydney. It turned out it wasn't, as India so bravely fought for the draw. Siraj bowls, and again, a rising ball, which Payne is well and truly in behind. And all of a sudden, a couple of wickets, and it just changes the feel totally, doesn't it? The pressure is right on Tim Payne and Australia.
I guess that's what it's a bit of a standard thing that's setting cricket circles. If you could add 2 wickets on the score, what does it look like then? So at 3 for 210 or whatever it was, it was looking pretty bleak for India, but there was that hope if they could go bang bang, and they've managed to get it.
Same again as defended by Payne.
And through 2 mistakes of Australia.
End of the over. Australia have lost 2 wickets for 13 and a 5 for 213 for Western Union. Send money around the world.
Beat the summer heat with cool air for your family. Contact Right Price Heating and Cooling now. Mitsubishi electric ducted reverse cycle systems stand for energy efficiency and low running costs. Get a Mitsubishi electric wall split fully installed from $1,490 with up to 6-star rating. And to make it even cooler, ask about 24 months interest-free terms. T's and C's apply. Lending criteria also applies. Right Price Heating and Cooling won't be beaten on Mitsubishi Electric. Online, by phone, or visit in-store.
We've seen 3 players get their first Test wickets today, and the 2 debutants, plus Shardul, who also had only bowled less than 2 overs in his first Test match against the West Indies before being injured several years ago. He picked up his first Test wicket as well. And that Rajan, who has broken through on 2 occasions with short balls, picking up Labuschagne for 108 and Wade for 45.
Just interesting, really, because that kind of bowler
delivers again, and Green finds the fielder as he worked it to leg, no run.
Someone who can't really hit you in the head because they're not quick enough. You almost at times feel like I'm just going to stand up tall and get on the front foot and try and hit the ball on top of the bounce a little bit, and almost think, okay, well, if you bowl a short ball, no problem. I'll just tap it back to you a little bit, but I'm just going to be in control of what I'm doing and not give the opposition anything.
Rajan bowls from wide of the crease, and it's beautifully placed by Green. He waited for that to come to him, punches it wide of point and gully. Back for 2. He goes to 8.
And then too, if you're doing that, you probably think if I'm getting in good positions and leaning forward, that if I do edge it, it's not going to carry to the slips.
SEN Test cricket for Western Union send money around the world. Cam Green's top scored twice for Australia, 2 of his 5 innings. 45 in Melbourne and the 84 in the second innings in Sydney. He's defending this with a full face up to mid-on.
And you can see already how he's really trying to go at the ball. He's trying to think, I'm just going to look to score off the front foot. So it might be worth it if Natarajan drops a few in and just sees if he can get Green to make the same mistake.
Natarajan in his 15th over has the figures of 2 for 35. He's delivering to Green again, who waited and then just checked the shot in the end, defended to Rahane in the gully. So what have you made of Green so far in the series from his batting?
It's been pretty good. I guess the thing is when you get a new player coming in, you're not necessarily expecting them to go and score a heap of runs. You want them to make good contributions at certain times and just improve almost every outing.
It's a full ball, which he again gives the full face of the bat to see out the over. Australia 5 for 215 for Western Union. Send money around the world.
Harvey Norman Summer Sizzlers. Australian maiden owned country pride light loft wool queen quilt, $139. Bourbon 5-seater fabric recliner modular lounge suite with storage console and cup holders, only $2,699. Purchase with 60 months interest free and receive a bonus gift card up to the value of $500. Minimum finance to $1,000. Approved applicants only. 60 for monthly payments. Interest applies if you do not comply with terms and conditions. Fees and exclusions apply. Summer Sizzlers at Harvey Norman.
5 for 215 and having to just reassert their authority here. Vulnerable at that score. Tim Payne, no doubt feeling the pressure as the captain. India, massive underdogs given their selection issues. Siraj, though, has proven himself already that he's a more than handy bowler at this level, and Payne strokes him to cover. There's no run.
I guess with what Australia hoping for Green is that he just continues to improve, and then after he's probably played about 10 Test matches, he's starting to become one of the real match winners for Australia.
2 close slips and a gully on edge as Payne defends again to Siraj. It's also likely to slow Australia's scoring down too late on at a time of the day when they could really start to up the ante and try and turn the screws a bit on India, but potentially the reverse here.
Are we actually going to see India bowl the full complement of overs? They've been pretty slow today.
Yeah, Siraj again, and Payne just pushes quietly to cover. Trying to get his first run he can't so far. Gerard sweating up the headband. Black headband wrapped tightly as he heads back. Who would have thought he'd be heading up their bowling attack at the start of the summer?
But he's been an unbelievable find for India. Sometimes it's good to have your depth tested because someone will always step up.
And the others again, just back of a length this time and comes off the inner portion of the bat. Payne had it twirling around afterwards to repeat his defensive shot with more authority. Our expert for Maccas, the McRib and Nelmacco are back at Maccas this summer.
Got off the mark yet, Tim Payne. It's 10 balls.
And counting.
Yeah, he's just getting a little bit edgy.
Sarraj delivers, and again he's looking for a short single, but he can't get it.
Does that often. He hits the ball and takes 2 or 3 steps before he calls.
It's a bit off-putting of his.
Well, it's not ideal as your teammate because you think he's coming.
Natarajan was up at mid-on too, wasn't he? And ready for the Payne drop and run. So good fielding from India. 2 slips and a gully. Sarraj on the move, delivers, and Payne gets a bit more room. He stands up and punches, but can't pierce. Prithvi Shaw, that dynamic point fielder, who moves across to his right, makes the save, into the over. 5 for 215 for Western Union. Send money around the world.
So you sacrificed your Saturday morning to help your niece hand in her final art project. But her oversized papier-mâché representation of a broken heart is in danger of becoming even less realistic thanks to the threatening storm clouds up ahead. Situations like this would break most, but with the motorised roller cover on the new Hilux Rogue, you can keep her masterpiece and her eyes dry at the touch of a button and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Rogue. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota.
Marnus Labuschagne, his 5th Test 100 today at the Gabba. 108 before he was dismissed. And now, a mini rebuild through the middle lower order for Australia. With Green and Payne at the wicket. Payne still yet to get off the mark. Green has moved to 8. Natarajan has ball in hand. I wonder how the Australian selectors are going to assess the Matthew Wade innings. Natarajan delivers from wide of the crease. A handsome looking drive, but straight to the field. I guess it depends on what happens with obviously the second innings, but also when and if this South African tour takes place, what their view is in the medium and long term of the Australian batting lineup.
And who's available.
Yes. Close in mid-on. Throw at Sharma close to the stumps. He does the fielding as Green just turned it on the leg side.
Oh, I like what Rahani's done here. He's putting a catching fielder next to the pitch on the leg side. So almost saying to Cam Green, maybe you have to look to score off the back foot here. You can't just get on the front foot and try and hit back past the bowler.
Standing out of his crease, we saw Labuschagne do that for much of the day as well. Left-handed Natarajan, and he was just feeling for it a little as he played forward and defended.
Just almost looked like from that around the wicket angle, the left-hand bowler got the ball to straighten a little bit.
What's your assessment of the pitch, what you've seen so far?
Pretty good. I mean, some of the shots that Wade and Labuschagne were playing, it looked like it was a pretty true paced pitch.
Natarajan again, motors in, bowls 4 in the air. It was off an inside edge. It's gone behind square. And there's a chance to double up, so he comes back for the second, but didn't have full control of where that was going.
Just managed to swing the ball from wide back into Green. I think with no ball, wouldn't have been a wicket anyway. He's had a few troubles with his no balls.
Yeah, right from the start.
What about the first ball? I mean, he was 6 inches.
Yes. That was a bit closer. It's his 5th no ball, though. So it's 5 for 218 as it stands. We're watching the replay for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse. He delivers again from wide of the crease on the angle. It's turned to mid-on by Green. He remains on 10 as he can't get away. What was your approach at the Gabba as compared to other grounds and how you went about playing?
It was a tough one. I never really liked batting on the Gabba. It can be such hard work, especially with the new ball, facing the new ball.
Arjun Green, he chased one outside the off stump and was pushed up there to drive. Minimal footwork, and he almost got the nick.
Just managing to move the ball a little bit both ways, Arjun. Just some canny little skill. Yeah, I think particularly in Shield cricket, the pitches are a lot different. They're not dry like this. There's a lot more in them, a lot more water in them.
Gerard into Green, and again he plays and misses. With an innocuous shot that time. The drinks break is upon us for Dometic. Everything you need for adventures, big or small. And our friends at Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Australia 5 for 218, 70 overs complete. Payne yet to score, and Green 10.
Hi Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan when I'm not smashing Aussie bowlers to the boundary. I'm looking after my family by sending money home to India with the Western Union app. I can send money straight to their bank account online, no matter where in the world I am. And there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poli. Nice job. Send money around the world with the Western Union app. Download it now from Google Play or the App Store.
This is big. The big deal is now on at Mazda, and we're putting great drive-away value on 2020 plate vehicles front and centre. Like Mazda CX-5 Max, take it home from $32,990 drive away. Or great run-out prices on last remaining Mazda CX-9 stock. Plus, exclusive plate clearance bonuses across the range. Now, that's kind of a big deal. But be quick, stocks are limited.
Hi Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan when I'm not smashing Aussie bowlers to the boundary. I'm looking after my family by sending money home to India with the Western Union app. I can send money straight to their bank account online, no matter where in the world I am. And there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Poli. Nice job. Send money around the world with the Western Union app. Download it now from Google Play or the App Store.
Nylex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert.
Drives through the offside. He should get at least 3. It should be a century. It will be a century. Doesn't quite go the journey before. They might run for. It's a punctuation mark. Marnus Labuschagne brings up his 5th century in Test cricket. He's 2nd at the Gabba. The hometown boy does it again.
The Nylex hose highlight reel. Nylex retractable hose reels. Water like a Nile expert.
Yes, Marnus Labuschagne, our player of the day for Bingley Sale of the Year, now on. He made 108 from 204 balls with 9 fours. But dismissed, just as Matthew Wade had to a short ball from Natarajan to leave Australia vulnerable after winning the toss and batting at the Gabba against an understrength Indian bowling attack. 5 for 218, Warner 1, Harris 5, Smith 36, Wade 45, and Labuschagne 108. Green is 10, and Payne yet to score. 5 for 218 as it stands right now. How would Justin Langer be feeling, do you think, right now, Chris?
Oh, frustration. It's another one of those opportunities you just let go. I mean, at 3 for, I think it was 200.
Yep.
Really from there, and the opposition a little bit on their knees, and we haven't seen Saini bowl since he went off with his sore groin. You just felt, and it's still another kind of, I don't know, there was probably 20 overs to the second new ball. You could do some real damage. Then to just give away 2 wickets like that and open the door for India, that must be frustrating, especially against a young bowling lineup. We've just done a little bit more hard work. You could have seen this Indian team just fall apart a little bit.
Yes, they could have been on their way to 3 for 300 odd by stumps. Instead, it's 5 for 218. Tim Payne hasn't scored yet. He's not out. We're going to see Washington, who got his first test wicket, that of Steve Smith earlier today, come on and provide a spinning challenge for Payne. Green is 10. Over the wicket, strays down the leg side, helped on its way around the corner. That's easing the pressure. That's going to be a boundary to Tim Payne. Just turned it quietly and finally for 4.
Well, I mean, that would have hit leg slip in the stomach. And yet, he's been able to bowl a pretty good line. I reckon that's a position worth persevering with. He's put that leg slip back into cover just to protect the offside.
Balls again over the wicket. More air on driven this time from Payne. Wide of mid-on for 1.
Very good batting that. Just being able to kind of hit it wide of mid-on. Mid-on's not even far back, but mid-wicket's quite close. So just being able to get it past that mid-wicket player and then take the quick single. You've got the 4, then get off strike.
Good cricket from the Australian captain. Washington 1 for 44 at his 17th over. Tall off spinner. Doesn't turn it too much. Approaches the wicket now, just back of a length and defended by Green. There's 2 debutants today for India. They've toiled hard, still in the contest as they have been all summer. Pitches, maybe slightly over pitches. He's on driven, but some good fielding on the dive from Gill for India. Keeps the scoring to 1 and Green goes to 11.
It's such an advantage to have height when you're playing spin. I mean, he took half a step there and got to the pitch of the ball and just rolled his wrist over it and hit it through mid-on. Could have almost gone for 4 that.
There's a glorious side on the drive is Cameron Green. This is thrown up outside the off-stump. A tempter. And Payne isn't having any of it.
Just open the face to that. That would slide off through the offside, but brings in the edge to slip.
Slip and a short leg, as we said. No leg slip for Tim Payne. Washington bowls, and it's very much defensive mode as far as Payne is concerned. Back to the bowler, into the over. 5 for 224 for Western Union. Send money all around the world.
ABN holders, the time for a new ute is now. With ABN offers now available at your Mazda dealer, enjoy better value than ever on brand new Mazda BT50. These offers are on top of the government instant asset tax write-off. And when you add immediate delivery, it's a win-win for ABN holders. It's the only ute that's the complete package. And with this value, brand new Mazda BT50 can be yours today. Visit your Mazda dealer. Conditions apply.
Green 11, Payne 5. Been talking about the pitch. We'll get Damien Fleming's view on that for Nilex misting systems. Water like a Nile expert shortly, because he's just jumped back in the chair alongside Chris Rogers. Afternoon to you, Flem.
Yeah, g'day, boys. How are you? I think on a green seamer, Australia have done really well here. They've only lost. No, this, when they said, Bucky, you know, a Gabba Day 1 pitch that looks a little bit dry, it's going to be good for batting.
Rajan again, pushed it up and Green on drives. He's beaten the closer of the 2 mid-ons. He's only going to get 2. Might have taken some pace off it as the chase is on. Siraj lost his hat and knocked the ball down, and they got an extra. May have got it anyway, but it's 3 more runs for Green.
We've no doubt talked about the dismissals. You know, Australia should be virtually 3 for 250 here. And just pushing on to 450, 500 and batting them out. But once again, India just hang in there. They know they've got about their 7th, 8th, 9th fast bowlers playing in this game.
Well,
they're stuck to their plans.
Credit to the work they did early, where they they didn't let the run rate get away from them, and they just chipped away a couple of wickets. And then all it takes is a couple of mistakes from the opposition. Oh, you're back in the game, aren't you?
Yep. And the mistakes came from Wade and then Labuschagne. Natarajan hustles in, bowls to Payne. He defends back up to mid-off.
It's one of those comments you hear as a player, and then as a coach you use that every run counts. and it's even when you say it, you think, oh my God, why am I saying this? But it does. It makes sense when you get into this situation. If India had just been a little bit less disciplined, then it actually could be 5 for 270, and it wouldn't really make a difference.
Natarajan again. Fuller and driven sweetly by Payne. He can't beat mid-off. He does get a run as it was wide. And he goes to 6 and Green is 14. Is that your biggest cliche that you find yourself cringing at when you say?
No, there's plenty of them. I actually had to have a go at the players. We played a practice game last Sunday, and they didn't come back for the 2 on the last ball. And I was beside myself. It's like, why wouldn't you go back for the 2? Who cares if you get run out? And they were like, no, you would have been run out. What's the point? And they genuinely, they wanted to argue with me.
Are you the coach?
Natarajan from wider of the crease, defended by Green.
So last night on the Big Bash, there was against it was the Renegades, I think, were batting first, and they did come back for 2, and it was a poor throw in from the boundary, and there it was. So I replayed it, I took a video of it, and then I sent it to the WhatsApp group, and I said, "There you go, boys."
What was the response?
I said, what'd you learn? Yeah, no, they entertained me for a little bit.
Natarajan, and again, defence from Green straight to Rohit Sharma at that straight short mid-on.
Oh, the coach, you've got to nail the basics, the 1%ers, and they'll take the mickey every now and again.
Yeah, they will, yeah. So that's the cliche stuff you got to do, the 1%ers.
And you'll create your own sayings too. Yeah, I remember the great Ian Redpath, my first state coach. He'd lumber over and give you a bit of gold, and he'd go, "Hey, keep that one under your armpit." Keep it under your armpit. Redders.
Natarajan bowled, beautiful looking off drive, but straight to the field, so it won't get a run. It's 5 for 228 at the end of the over. Our replays for Wagner Vitamins from Chemist Warehouse.
Hi Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan when I'm not smashing Aussie bowlers to the boundary. I'm looking after my family by sending money home to India with the Western Union app. I can send money straight to their bank account online, no matter where in the world I am. And there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Kohli. Nice job. Send money around the world with the Western Union app. Download it now from Google Play or the App Store.
Who was your first coach, Flynn?
With state cricket?
Yeah, and then for Australia, yeah.
Well, Bob Simpson, obviously played with Ian Redpath, so he had a few sayings I'll have to just conjure up a bit later on, but yeah, I love that one. And the other one with Redders.
As the new over starts from Washington, defended by Payne.
Big slip in now.
Yeah, that's a good position. If he felt like you're trying to bowl too fast, he'd call you over going, "Hey, who do you think you are? Where's Hall?" That was the only fast bowler he compared anyone to. Who do you think you are? Where's Hall?
Washington again, and turn can't beat the field. It's like an AFL when a player's having a shot for goal and they have a big long run-up. Oh, it's like Michael Holding.
Yes.
He's always referenced as the long run-up.
Yep. Not an angle one like Mervyn Hughes, although Buddy's got a bit of Merv in that curve.
Payne on 6. Washington short. He rocks back. He turns it into the gap on the onside and gets 1.
Bucky, what about your first state coach?
I had Wayne Clark.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
His standard one was, around your behaviour. It was you see the same guys on the way down that you see on the way up.
Yeah.
And I use that as well all the time.
You can steal that one.
Yeah, I do.
He's pretty laid back, wasn't he?
He works for a radio station in Perth, so that he gets me on every now and again.
Yeah,
and I drop that one in every now and again for him.
Washington to Green. He turns straight into the short leg.
But in his first stint as coach, it was very successful, wasn't it?
Oh,
Western
it was
Australia?
excellent, yeah. And then Michael Valletta took over.
Was he intense enough, Wag?
Well, I mean, I really liked him, and he was excellent for me. But Brendan Julian retired probably because...
Yeah.
Down the pitch comes Green and defends up to mid-on.
It was an interesting time for me because I'd been told I wasn't going to get a contract, so I'd gone back to uni and thought my cricket career was basically over at 22, and then Brendan Julian retired right on the eve of the season because he was finding it too intense.
And that will be the end of the over as defence.
Like player.
I'm going to leave you for Gerard, but I remember a commentator in my early days said to me, don't worry about the players. Tell them I'll call your first game and I'll call your last game. End of the over.
Cricket's for all of us. Our love of the game is unbreakable, just like the Toyota Hilux. Take a test drive today. Here's a cricketing moment to remember. Awaken your unbreakable today in the new Hilux SR5 Rogue and Rogue X at your local Toyota dealer.
5 for 299. Green 14, Payne 7. The honours of the day still up for grabs. Our experts centering the final hour, Damien Fleming and Chris Rogers. The last hour, don't let your luck run out. Drive safely these holidays, TAC. Play back, Kelly Flem. Go again.
Hello, Gerard.
Yes, there we are. Old coaches, I've quite enjoyed that.
You'd have a few cliches for us too, wouldn't you,
I
Gerard?
mentioned so. Shuttle. Tucker with ball in hand as he bowls to Payne outside the off stump, and it's let be through to the keeper. For the day highlighted by Labuschagne's 108. But Australia losing soft wickets in this sessions to mistime pull shots at 200 and 213 has thwarted their efforts to take a stranglehold. And India nagging away, or India hanging around, Buck. That would be one. They're just hanging around.
They are. They're just
hang in there.
Yeah, but that's what a lot of Test cricket is. You just
don't
try not to give an inch.
Takar bowls and Payne drives again elegantly, but he doesn't pierce the fields. Mid-off knocks it down. No run.
Especially when it's flat. It's not like you can, and you haven't really got anyone who can bowl north of 140 kilometres an hour. So what other option have you got? Or spin it square. So just hang in, just hope that the opposition makes some mistakes.
Aussies should know that too. The longer they kept them out there, it's going to get harder, get more balls to score off.
Takar bowls and Payne leaves outside the off stump.
Still shaping the older ball. He's got a really good wrist release.
Well, I mean, he has to because he's... I keep going on about this, but he's not tall. And as a batsman, if you're facing a bowler who's not tall, I mean, a medium-pace bowler...
But
unless it's Duncan Spencer, you know, like it's
no, that's pace, yeah. But you know,
it's not much of an issue.
That avenue of apprehension gets pretty small. You're not hitting it. Drive on the up. Pull shots.
Payne's on 7. Takar bowls to him, and he leaves. That is close to the off stump.
But I mean, and credit to him. It's in the last 10 overs before the second new ball, and it's swinging.
No.
When was the last time we saw that?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, this is quite remarkable. But he's not quite as consistent as the other Indian paces. You know, he has given the Australians 4 balls.
They have shared the wickets. Natarajan taking the 2 in this final session. Wade and Labuschagne to lead the way. Takar full, went for the Yorker. Payne got down to it, kept it out. So Natarajan and his Test debut, the leading wicket taker for Alinta Energy, supporting your home team. And the new ball.
That's still conventional swing, isn't it?
Yeah, he's got really an acute angle. You know, it's almost to a second or third slip. You know, Matthew Hoggard bowled with an angled seam like that. David Saker, bowl with an angled seam.
Last ball of Tucker's over. He bowls and Payne plays away from his body and defends to mid-off. 5 for 229 at the end of it.
Visit your local Dulux Trade Centre or Inspirations Paint Store for all your professional painting needs. With over 230 locations around Australia, you can be confident we have the right tools to help you get the job done. Our trade stores have all the commercial paint and accessories you'll need, as well as the best expert trade staff who are on hand to give great advice and quick service. When it comes to your next paint job, head to your local Dulux Trade Centre or Inspirations Paint Store.
0433 98 11 16 to correspond with us. Chris in Bateman's Bay is heading off. An enthralling day of Test cricket drawing to a close. I'm off to the meat raffles at the Bateman's Bay Club. Using his feet is Green and driving Sundar back down the ground for 4. He was quickly off the block there, Cam Green. He drives ever so well. He's 18, Flem.
Yeah, we didn't see much of aggression pre-Sydney Test, did we? We thought he was very patient and showed really good application. Even in his 40-odd at the MCG was, trying to make the Indians battle hard for his wicket in partnership with Cummins. But those sixes...
Green leans on this and places it through mid-wicket. There's a sweeper in the deep. They have one, and that is where they'll stay. 5 for 234.
Those sixes in Sydney was wow, wasn't it? He hit them miles. So... I think he's working out that Sundar doesn't spin it at all. So if he gets outside off stump on a good length, he can go hit him straight down in the B.
Sundar bowling over the wicket. Payne is on strike. He plays back and nudges the ball past short leg, takes a single. And moves to 8. Just Matty Wade's innings, Flem, at 45. So the threshold for him was 50, where he hasn't been for a long time. He had his game well in check today and then just played the loosest of pull shots.
No, until the dismissal, I'm just thinking big 100, cement your spot.
Sundar bowls, Green plays back, short arm jab to the bowler.
It was just such a bizarre shot that must have been premeditated because he got a ball like 2 balls before that, slightly fuller, and he just went on the back foot and punched it for 2, like really safe shot.
Green's on 19. Sundar bowls to him and he's defending back to the bowler.
And the ball he got himself out on, he could have defended on the back foot. He could have actually still pushed or punched through the offside, and yet he tried to play the pull shot, but it was a half-hearted pull shot too, wasn't it? You could almost live if he got really back in his crease and went hard.
Sundar bowls and Green advances and then defends when he arrives to the short mid-wicket. 5 for 235 at the end of the over.
So after 13 years and a total of 4 trips to the actual ocean, it's time to say goodbye to your boat, the land-bound money pit known as the Codfather. And with it go any dreams of one day conquering the sea. Situations like this would break most, but the 3.5-tonne brake towing and 2.8-litre turbo diesel engine of your new Hilux 4x4 mean you can farewell this dry-docked dinghy fast and stay unbreakable. Awaken your unbreakable with the new Hilux Rugged X. Oh, what a feeling. Toyota. Conditions apply. See toyota.com.au.
Australia's batting card for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the Great Australian Brew. Warner 1, Harris 5, Smith 36, Wade 45, Labuschagne 108. The men in the middle, Payne 8, Green 19. And Damien Fleming running the rule over Matthew Wade's. As Takar begins his fresh over and Payne leaves outside the off stump.
And I think to be an elite at international cricket, you've got to be able to self-regulate on the field. And Matty Wade's given his wicket away numerous times in this series, self-sabotaging. But, I think you need to be able to... he's not a young man either. He doesn't seem to be identifying those... I'd say there must be mental fatigue problems wanting to score that's leading to this premeditation.
Tucker over the wicket, bowls, and Payne plays to mid-on out of his pads. Wouldn't want to miss it.
So if I was battling on the field, I generally, particularly with a shorter run, I was rushing too much. So, I had to go back to 2 deep breaths, which slowed me. And off-stump rhythm power were my checks. Off-stump's the line I wanted to run in on and bowl. Rhythm was not overstriding too strong. and power was with back leg and front arm. So that would keep me back in the present. But it takes a long time to be able to identify when you're battling.
Takar bowls, driven by Payne. There's a dive at mid-off. It's a good dive too. And Siraj saves 3 runs. A single taken rather than a boundary struck. 5 for 236.
But as a bowler, even when you're in a spell, you get an over off. But batting, Bucky, you're constantly on. Even when you're down the other end, you're going to be waiting to run. I mean, did you have, if you were going through tough periods, ways of self-regulating?
Yeah, definitely. I think too, you've got to use the time in between balls to switch off. You can't be concentrating all the time. That's why, I had a little bit of a disagreement with Brad Haddin earlier about he wants to kind of get in this battle with the keeper.
Green on strike, leaves outside the off stump.
He wants to pick a fight almost and get that thing. But I just think that's taking too much of energy, which might cost you later on. Whereas rather than just kind of regressing or going back into your own little bubble and just controlling what you do, as you say, staying in the present and just self-regulating and managing your emotions.
But, it takes a period of your career to get into that. I'm talking 25 onwards. I wasn't doing that when I was younger, but, Matty Wade's not a young man.
Takar bowls, Green drives, he's placed it to mid-off. Siraj does the fielding, no run.
And there's different times as well. Day 4 or 5 Shield Cricket Test, and you're sore, you know that you can't give up. So often, as a bowler, you get angry. You get angry just to stir yourself up a bit. It's not your ideal zone. Your zone is when, what I was saying before, a couple of deep breaths and playing at your pace. But
bowling's far more physical than batting. Batting's a lot more mental. So it's probably, just managing your emotions more.
Takar to Green, down the leg side, flicked away, nothing doing as Pat was able to knock it down. A dot to finish, 1 from the over, 5 for 236.
I like to keep my garden looking its best. The Nilex retractable hose makes it easy to water the furthest corner, and it keeps my yard tidy. Retract like a Nile expert, water like a Nile expert. Nilex retractable hose reels, available at Bunnings.
SEN-SA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
The day 1 crowd at the Gabba, 12,998. Our stats and facts for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash, scottpack.com.au. Shardal Takar has just come off the field to adjust the boots by the look of things as Washington Sundar begins the fresh over and Payne defends the first ball.
Tell you, Nelly did trip on the rope just as he got there too. He had to get himself right.
Nick Madison did in the Big Bash.
Sundar bowls and Payne clips to mid-on, no run.
Amazing, wasn't it?
Wasn't it just kind of jogging after a ball, just put his foot on the rope and rolled it.
And the way Nick Madison, the Shield move to Victoria has been absolutely brilliant. The Big Bash for the Stars, I wasn't surprised something like that would come up for Maddo.
He's showed some improvement recently.
Yep.
Washington Sundar took his first wicket in Test cricket today, picked up Steve Smith before he had conceded a run. He had the glorious figures of 1 for none.
I just think that the other thing with Matthew Wade is
bit of groundwork to be done.
Yeah. Darren Lehman said a good thing, I remember, and he kind of said, when it's swing on green tops and grind on flatties. So it's almost the reverse of what you think. When it's a tough wicket, you get in, you grind hard, stuff like that. And then when it's flat, you can afford to play more shots. But you can actually reverse it and think, well, if I'm playing on a tough wicket here, they're probably going to bowl me a good ball. So I might as well be positive and try and get them a little bit before they get me, even though it hurts me to say that. But that can be the mentality of some players. But then when you get a flat one, just don't make a mistake. That's the most important thing, because you know that the opportunities to score runs will keep coming. They'll keep coming. So just don't make a mistake. and we've seen with Australia, it was good bowling, but it was batsman mistake, wasn't it?
Oh, it really was hanging in their bowling. We're just going to hang in and just work on their patience. That's their bowling plan. Even though they lose their top-tier bowlers, I've really appreciated that they've just kept going with the same plans. You know, not as fast, not as bouncy, not at the same level, but, you know, they certainly have worked on the off-stump pressure. Let's not get cut too much. Let's not get too straight. Been really disciplined. Whereas the Australians, I mean, in the end, even when you get a big score, generally, you know, you give it away or it's a bit of a batsman, error trying that. But, geez, they threw a few away today.
So just getting a look at the replay screen for Wagner Vitamins, available every day at Chemist Warehouse. Tucker, it looks like he's rolled his right ankle and is just having some running repairs, as is the step or two of turf just before the pitch.
Yeah, it's a takeoff step.
At the Stanley Street end of the ground. Sundar now ready to bowl, and he's turned by Payne to short leg, no run.
Just a final thought from me on that was the best lesson you ever learn is sitting there after you've thrown away a start on a flat wicket and just watching everyone peel off the easiest runs. It's so frustrating.
Sundar bowls, Payne defence.
What about that later when the tail ends to get runs and everyone's laughing? You still sort of get in, but you're going, that could be my runs.
Those were my runs. Very good. Payne's on 9. Sundar bowls to him and he tucks the ball from his stumps. Not where he intended it to go, back down the pitch.
Yeah, just to that takeoff step, it's almost more off-putting than landing on your front foot at Sydney when it puts you off, because you feel like you might land and then jump in towards the stumps or actually get forced to the offside. You want to be stable when you take off.
Last ball of the over, Payne back, tucking it off his stumps to the offside, and he quickly goes through for a single as Siraj comes around from mid-off to field. Australia 5 for 237 at the end of the over.
Visit your local Dulux Trade Centre or Inspirations Paint Store for all your professional painting needs. With over 230 locations around Australia, you can be confident we have the right tools to help you get the job done. Our trade stores have all the commercial paint and accessories you'll need, as well as the best expert trade staff who are on hand to give great advice and quick service. When it comes to your next paint job, head to your local Dulux Trade Centre or Inspirations Paint Store.
Our experts throughout the Test match for Maccas, the McRib and El Macco are back at Maccas this summer. Chris Rogers with Gerard Whateley. We will head back to the ground for the last half hour of play with Ian Healy, Ryan Harris and Adam Collins shortly. Takar back onto the field and he starts his new over pitching to Payne, who turns him away through mid-on. They won't get the boundary. Prithvi Shaw puts in the big ones, but they will get 3. And Payne moves to 13. It's 5 for 240.
Just got a question, or a comment from my old boss, Troy Cooley, who's defending Brad Haddin, saying that that's Matty Wade's of getting himself up for the fight, and I definitely agree that there's some players who want, to get into that kind of mindset, and that lifts them. But has it been working for Matthew Wade? And if it hasn't, is it worth trying just a different style?
Takar in from the top of his mark. He bowls to Green, who's on 19, and he leaves outside the off stump. The day highlighted by the Marnus Labuschagne century, Chris. So Pete Lalor was running some numbers from his return to Test cricket, and you can break these up sort of any way you like. He's up to 1,650 runs, which is some pretty tidy work.
I think I heard he only failed to reach 50 in 2 Test matches. That's quite incredible, isn't it?
It is. He's been a model of consistency. Green's on 19. He's forward in his defence. So
it's one of those things too. It's you often hear, and I think I even used it a bit before with Cameron Green, but in cricket you hear this kind of concept of a match winner, whereas the people who just consistently contribute, they're so valuable because they take the time out of the game for other people as well, and they stop collapses. I'm talking about batsmen here.
Yep. Green faces up, the car bowls to him and he leaves.
But also take pressure off the other batsmen. If you're one of those players who kind of goes 100 and then gets 3 scores of single figures or whatever, you're putting a lot of pressure on the other batsman to step up in those games.
So 1,650 runs at 75, including 5 centuries. And in this series, he's by far and away the leading run scorer of 401 at 57. The score that he was looking for today, the century. He'll be a bit disappointed that he hasn't been able to turn that into a really big number thereafter.
He did look. He looked like he was in, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was ominous, really.
He was dropped on 37, and it felt like the pivot point of the day, and to a degree it has been, but not made to pay as much as they might have. Green again leaves Takar outside the off stump. And Adam Collins has been mucking around with some numbers, just searching through Sir Swamp Thing and Bryden Coverdale and the like on Twitter. So most runs through 3 innings at the Gabba. It's the eternal search for a category where you can get above Bradman. This is one. So 3 innings at the Gabba. Marnus Labuschagne 374. Don Bradman's second, 326, and then Doug Walters 310. It's a good stat.
It's like when Adam Bojes was so far out. He had to retire.
Takar finishes off his over. Green leaves the wide one after shaping to cut. 5 for 240. All the facts and stats for Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au.
Hi Australia, it's Shikhar Dhawan when I'm not smashing Aussie bowlers to the boundary. I'm looking after my family by sending money home to India with the Western Union app. I can send money straight to their bank account online, no matter where in the world I am. And there's no sender or receiver fee when I pay with Kohli. Nice job. Send money around the world with the Western Union app. Download it now from Google Play or the App Store.
5 for 240, Australia's batsman for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Washington Sundar with ball in hand. He's bowling from the Stanley Street end at the Gabba as the shadows lengthen. Tim Payne on strike lets it hit him as it's heading down the leg side. And the other the beautiful set of numbers for Marnus, and you can carve these up. So Bryden Coverdale split his test career into, so he's had 30 innings. First 15, 563 runs at 37, no test centuries. Innings 16 to 30, Sundar bowls and Payne tucks the ball to leg. He doesn't beat short leg, no run. So innings 16 to 30 now, 1,297 runs at 86 and a half and 500s.
Wow. It's incredible statistics.
Payne's on 13. Sundar bowls on the leg stump. It's turned away to the short mid-wicket.
I'm looking forward to a tour of India on some spinning wickets and how he goes there. But really, I mean, the way he played in England.
Payne plays back and defends Sundar back down the pitch.
Suggests a player who can play in tough foreign conditions. So he's got time on his side, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's entrenched as the Australian number 3. Sundar bowls and Payne plays back. He tips the ball off the off stump. It threatens on the edge and it races down to third man. Takar has the long chase and he'll keep it to 2. Australia 5 for 242. Partnership now worth 29. Push that part. It's just nattering away. A late push for India here. Another wicket. If Australia can get through to stumps at 5 for Sundar bowls down the leg side. Payne swipes it away and he beats the leg slip and he'll get himself a boundary. So Payne closes the over with that 4. He's 19 and Australia 5 for 246.
2020, you're dumped. date with Beaumont right now and get 20 to 50% off tiles, bathroom, kitchen, laundry, floors and walls dumped by a massive 20 to 50%. Choose Beaumont and dump the prices.
SENSA studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
Tim Payne and Cam Green, who batted productively together in Sydney, are doing so again in Brisbane. The partnership now worth 33, and there's a pair of 19s against their names. 5 for 246, and this will be the last over before the new ball is taken. And that will be the final flurry in this day's play. We're well inside the last hour. Don't let your luck run out. Drive safely these holidays, TAC. Tucker to begin the final over of his spell, and his bowling to Green is full. It's edged. It bounces to second slip. He was going for the Yorker. He got there on the full, and as a result, the edge went into the ground before it arrived with Rohit Sharma.
Well, he actually edged a full toss there, so it was a bump ball, but wow, if he'd missed that, that's hitting off stump as well.
Rohit a bit perplexed as he held the ball over his head. He started the day with a very fine catch in that position to remove Dave Warner for one. Tucker over the wicket to Green. Gets the full face of the bat to it, but he guides it straight to mid-off. Siraj fields no run.
The other thing, just watching India and then listening to them in the last hour, I think they're actually really enjoying this. I mean, it's the last test match. They probably can see light at the end of the tunnel, but probably just an injection of youth. Guys playing in their first test, they just look like they're having quite a bit of fun out there. Even the way Siraj kind of shaped to throw at the keeper's end, the keeper wasn't backing up and had a little bit of a joke with each other.
Tucker bowls. Green drives on the full, and it's dropped in his follow-through. It's the lofted drive. It's come back sharply to Tucker, but he has not been able to hold on to the catch. And the fortunes of the day swing on these pivotal moments. It came straight back to him. If you're going to ask for anywhere for the ball to be, that's where Tucker would have liked it. Both hands to it. It really did seem to go in and then just fall at his feet.
They're never easy because you're not balanced. Your head's probably not level, but that's hit pretty much the middle of his hand.
Green plays and misses outside the off-stump. Tucker's got a fine over going.
I tell you what, I mean, they will go for this second new ball, but the way he's been able to get this old ball to move, I can't remember the last time I've seen an old ball move like this. Probably not since kind of England when teams were using mints.
It's just about hit every part of Tucker's hands. It's gone to the top of the palms and almost run down his fingers.
Well, he's just slightly misjudged, hasn't he? Probably unfair to hit the middle of their hands.
Tucker bowls to Green, inside edge, past his front pad, out to mid-wicket, no run.
You should almost see him just like to keep going for it. One or two more overs, but he's bowled a big spell, so...
Yeah. And the last half hour with the new ball is too good an opportunity to pass up.
Albeit, you could almost just have 6 with the new ball, and then it's only 6 overs old the next day, and then you can go again with the quick. So there's one or two arguments to say, let's just keep going with what we've got. We're not really leaking runs too much.
Yep.
And then we can still have a pretty new ball for daytime. It's going to be pretty new anyway, but I'm probably grasping a little bit here, I think.
It's been a great over from Tucker. He bowls. Oh, gee, Green left a ball that nearly took his off stump. How that hasn't dislodged the bails. That's a fine maiden over. Cam Green survives by the barest of margins. 5 for 246. We're at the Gabba next with Adam Collins and Ian Healy.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content, and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
Adam Collins and Ian Healy at the Gabba, and perhaps unsurprisingly, given the movement that Thacker was able to get in the previous over, the second new ball has not been taken as yet. Washington Sundar to continue. First ball of his fresh over to Payne, who lunges and defends into the onside. So they've seen enough to keep the old ball going, Ian Healy.
Yeah, I was with Buck Rogers there. I'm the same. Thacker, he's bowling so well. Don't worry about fatigue. A couple more won't be too bad.
3 catches around the bat. Payne again pushing into the onside, no run.
3 catches going down too. Yeah, such a nasty time. All of them were bad times. So is it stress? Is it anxiety when a catch comes to you that in certain moments that they're just not grasping them?
Sundar to the crease and Payne again defending into the onside. The most striking of those 3 drops was the one from Rahane off Labuschagne on 37. It cost India plenty as far as the partnership that Labuschagne was then able to build with Matthew Wade through the middle portion of the day. Sundar bowls and Payne again. He's happy just to play with soft hands into the onside. No concerns there.
It's been a very hard work partnership once again. You know, nothing's come easy to Australia, all series really. The glory days of Warner and Smith doing it all for Australia.
Sundar bowls and Payne again, this time off the short leg. Same shot, just a gentle shove, but under the lid, the man at short leg denied a run being taken.
There's a big gap out there at mid-wicket. It must be teasing Payne big time. Just to go with the spin, if he gets the line that he wants, middle and leg, he just flip it over mid-wicket. You've probably got 4. He's a bit tentative.
Tidy over, Sundar. That's not so tidy. Short and wide and cut by Payne. Running out to the deep pocket at point, and he'll get himself a boundary. Tim Payne moves to 23. The final ball of the Sundar over. Australia in the process past 250. They're 5 for 250.
32 teams, one dream. It's all come down to this. The NFL Super Bowl. Catch every minute of the action live and loud at the Sporting Globe Bar and Grill with ribs, signature wings and ice-cold Budweiser. Taste the lineup. Defeat your hunger. Don't miss a minute of the Sporting Globe Super Bowl Party February 8th. Book your tickets now. Head to sportingglobe.com.au and find your local Sporting Globe Bar and Grill.
So the second new ball has been taken. They went with the old ball to see, presumably, what Thacker could do with it, given he had it talking in the 80th over. But one poor delivery from Sundar, the off-spinner, and the second new ball is going to be taken.
Yeah, but he's holding it against Thacker, that, isn't he?
Yes.
He bowled a good over last over. Maybe he said, I'm done, Skip. I'm out. But the new ball is now due left-handed Natarajan to take it. And the pressure will be on. He had it swinging this morning. Let's see what he can do this afternoon. Cameron Green, again, hasn't found much flow. He started pretty enterprisingly, but 46 balls for 19 now. It stalled a bit, and he nearly found himself in the sheds last over.
This pair have put on 37. Natarajan's had a good first day in Test cricket, 2 for 42 from 17 overs. Indeed, 2 wickets in this session. Those of Wade and Labuschagne. Over the wicket, first ball with the second newie, well outside the off-stump. Green is able to let it go. So Cameron Green building. He's faced 47 deliveries for 19. A couple of boundaries.
Let's hope they don't get it upside down here, India. This morning with the new ball, they didn't make Australia play enough. They were a touch short. Then through the whole day, they bowled straight at them and had them playing everything with leg side dominated fields. Now that first ball with the new ball, way too wide.
This one's better, forcing Green to play from the crease. Beats the bat, although it does bounce before reaching Rishabh Pant, so that's not a great sign in terms of carry. But it did get Green in 2 minds.
crowd's pretty raucous out there. I've just been away and walking around the ground. It's amazing how many... Is it a good sign or a bad sign that you get recognised with a mask on? Amazing how many
I'm sure
people...
you get recognised anywhere in Brisbane here. Sundaresan to the crease and Green able to leave outside the off stump. We had the beer snake in operation to the left.
That's where I was.
Commentary position. They were doing a fine job. What is it? You can't stop the snake. You can't stop the snake.
Yeah,
I think the security officials tried to stop it and they found a way to prevail.
No, they got him. They got him
right, in the end,
yeah, right in front of where I was. and the crowd weren't happy. Some people were thrown out, apparently, for being shirtless. That's new for cricket too. So you've got to be careful here at the Gabba.
Okay. Got to be on top of that. Natarajan over the wicket with a couple of slips in the gully, and Green in behind this, pushing to mid-wicket, no run. Yes, this time of day at Brisbane, it can be a lot of fun out in the outer. The first day-night test match here against Pakistan in 2016, it must have been. That bay beneath where the press box used to be, not anymore, but there was a lot of people being forced to scull beers out of their shoe. That was in fashion at the time, the shoey, and no matter what happened, it seemed as though everyone that walked up with a round of beers was forced to take their shoes off.
Wow.
Not the most hygienic.
It's been straight after Ricardo did it.
I think it was. Natarajan bowls and Green in defence. First over with the second new ball. India have picked up 5 wickets today. 2 in the final session, and both via batsman error. Matthew Wade, a big top edge when the score was 200, when he was 45, and then Labuschagne, not a million miles away from that either. Another top edge, which was taken by the wicketkeeper, Rishabh Pant. Natarajan perhaps just hurrying on a little bit. Skiddy action. Last ball of this over, bowls to Green, and Green drives one hand off the bat, straight to mid-off. Diving stop made, albeit with a little parry out to the onside, which means that they're able to rotate the strike. Green will keep it. He's on 20. Australia 5 for 251.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content, and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaint section at sen.com.au.
Watching the replay back between overs for Wagner Vitamins, available every day from Chemist Warehouse. Green did strike that quite sweetly, and Mohammad Siraj had the work to do at mid-off and stopped 4, but did give away a single. So Green back on strike.
Siraj to take the new ball too, so nice little loosener for him, that dive at mid-off. And now he's got 2 slips and a gully. He's got a set cover field. They could probably attack a little bit more than that, but anyway, it's been a long day for them. Just 3 on the leg side, so Green can work into those gaps and let Payne take the strike. But let's see, he likes hitting hard down the ground.
Siraj bowled 16 overs earlier today, 1 for 48. He's about to start his fresh spell here, but pulls out and getting to the crease. The Brisbane crowd didn't like that. They're saying, get back to it, bowl.
Siraj is probably used to bowling this workload. I'm not so sure about Natarajan and Thakur. That's a lot, 17 and 18 overs for men who haven't played for a while.
2 slips in the gully, a conventional 6-3 field. Siraj bowling to Green, who's able to shoulder arms. It'll be what they're trying to do as often as possible. With 21 minutes to go, there's no way they'll get their 90 overs in, so they'll fall short of that by maybe 4 or 5, depending on how well they go here. Of course, the extra half an hour, we're already into that here at the Gabba. 2 slips the gully, point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Siraj bowls, it's on off-stump. Green safe in defence from the crease.
Traditionally at the Gabba, the wicket quickens up day 2. So that last ball that Siraj bowled mid-drift height to Cameron Green, he's got to put a bit more effort into that. He's got to get that higher right now. For this last half hour, do not, or 20 minutes, let's put in. You've got to really put in and go for it. The difference between 5 and 6 for at the end of this day is huge.
Indeed. Siraj here, beating the outside edge of Cameron Green. That was quicker. He bent the back and got it to hit the seam. And Green just bending at that. Perhaps he should have let it go.
It was a good ball. It was angled in and nipped away, and so that's good. That looked like good intensity in the delivery. He bent his back. That's what you have to do tonight, but definitely first thing tomorrow. Now the follow-up to that good ball, it has to be one that is going to hit the stumps.
From the Stanley Street end, Siraj bowls and Green defends. That's better. Right in over the top of it. So Siraj has been so impressive. 2 and a bit test matches. At Melbourne picking up 5 wickets on test debut.
Really good. I liked his man bun too. Hopefully he hasn't cut it. He's not wearing it. Hopefully that is still able to be put in that man bun. I thought it was a good look. Now, Rahane's put 2 men out for the hook, so is there a short ball coming? And it better be good. It better be head high at 6'6". Or is it the double bluff?
It is neither here, so that's short of a length, and Green's able to play it with soft hands to the gully. We haven't seen many, on the whole, many bounces today. A lot of balls at the hip, especially from Natarajan angling around the wicket into Labuschagne when they had the leg side trap set. But in terms of old-fashioned bounces, they haven't really gone for that, despite often having 2 men out for the hook.
And I reckon all 3 quicks, plus Saini, the 4th quick, are capable of bowling a good bumper. And they just haven't been aggressive enough at times.
Siraj to complete his over, bowls to Green, who again is able to defend from just short of a length. So just 1 run from the Siraj over. Australia 5 for 251.
Breaking news. The saucy McRib and legendary El Maco are back at Macca's with delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
SENSA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
SEN Test Cricket, Australia 5 for 251. Shardul Thakur back onto the field. We've had a number of subs used by India today. Of course, it's a warm day, lovely day here in Brisbane. Our weather updates throughout the course of the day for Fujitsu. Escape to the great indoors with Fujitsu, Australia's favourite air. Natarajan, who took the second new ball, bowled the first over with it, has a 3rd slip now in position for Tim Payne.
Gee, they're not covering much ground though, are they, those 3 slips?
3 slips and a gully. Over the wicket, Natarajan to Payne, who has a swing and a miss. That was just short of a length, and he tried to flay it through the offside with the horizontal bat, but didn't make contact.
They're in each other's pockets. The wicket keeper's too close to the first slip, only just, but still too close.
It's the opposite problem to the second drop catch we had today when Labuschagne was on 49 and first slip was too far away from the wicket keeper.
Yeah, and on purpose, he went wider on purpose, but didn't come up. The wider you go, the closer you got to get to the bat.
Payne's on 23, Natarajan to him here, and he pulls through the onside. That's a glorious shot. Stand and deliver. Got into position early, went back, swivel of the hips, and out to the rope. Tim Payne moves to 27. Australia 5 for 255.
So tomorrow, or the next 15 minutes, the consequence of not quite being aggressive enough and making sure if you're going to bowl a short ball, make it a good one, is you'll get hit for 4. Because it'll be probably more consistent tomorrow than today. I don't think it was that consistent today. I think we'll hear the players sort of say, yeah, it's a bit too paced. And, that comment, which comes out way too much for my liking, but I think it's been that way. But Payne was ready to pounce.
Can Payne take advantage of the second new ball here, or play and a miss?
Good length. Really good length. Tim Payne, in a very aggressive mood, was very tentative because the length was right and it decked away. Are they looking at a DRS here?
Well, there is a consultation taking place, so Payne prodded forward, and the bowler went up and had a look at his captain and said, Did he hit that? Yeah, I think Ajinkya Rahane said, I don't think so, and I'm certainly not going to blow a review on something that speculative. Tim Payne wanted to look at the track after it passed his blade, but that was just a straight play and miss. I say take advantage of the second new ball. Often late in the day, a tiring attack. Saini's only bowled 8.5 overs, and a lot of work from Natarajan, and Payne wants to strike boundaries. Natarajan to him here, through square leg, and beats the fielder there. There should be 3. There might be 4. Could be another all-run 4 for that matter. All the way to the rope. They'll look for it, and they come back. We've seen that 3 times in the session where Australia have been able to go through for an all-run 4 to that pocket of the ground out there at deep square leg when bowling from the Vulture Street end. So Payne now moves to 31. He's danced through the 20s. Australia 5 for 259.
Yes, definitely got to get it up. Get him half onto the front foot. Very secure on the back foot at the moment, Tim Payne. And he's making hay here. The last 15 minutes he's got to look forward to. Anything a touch short, he's going to make those gaps really busy. Got a big gap at cover at the moment. So there is a driver on offer and one at mid-wicket on the leg side that is used with great effect a couple of balls ago.
So Natarajan's changing direction. He'll go around the wicket with a couple of deliveries left in the over. Staying with 3 slips and a gully. On the way to Payne and bowls, and Payne defends into the offside, no run. Another test match taking place at the moment at Gaul. England are 3 for 206 in reply to Sri Lanka's 135. Joe Root's on 99. And Daniel Lawrence on debut, of course, was at the Brisbane Heat in the BBL until a couple of weeks ago. He's on 40. Lawrence, very impressive young player.
Righto.
I'm sure we'll see plenty of both Lawrence and Green, who's out there at the moment for Australia. Two to watch in terms of the next generation.
Did Joe Root make any hundreds this summer over in England?
He did not. It's been a while. Natarajan to complete his over on the legs of Payne, but he can't clip him away this time. So 84 overs bowled. We might get 3 or 4 more in on the day. Australia 5 for 259.
Alinta Energy salutes you, the true cricket fan, who knows that an innie and an outie have nothing to do with belly buttons. Bales aren't made of hay. Slips have nothing to do with bananas. An overthrow doesn't involve a third world dictator, and a sitter is a catch, not someone you leave the kids with. So to celebrate you, the true cricket fan, catch a great energy deal with Alinta Energy, the team supporting your home team, and cricket fans everywhere.
SEN Test Cricket at the Gabba. Adam Collins with you, Ian Healy with me. 12 minutes until the close of play. We're 3 overs into the second new ball. And Tim Payne's looking to attack. Cameron Green looking for day 2. It's the ladder on strike. The young man facing up. 2 slips and a gully behind him. Siraj arrives at the crease and bowls, and he leaves outside the off stump. Still 2 men out in the deep heels. We've got a deep square, fraction squarer when Green's on strike than when Payne is, and the deep fine leg as well. So presumably at some stage this over, Siraj is going upstairs.
Presumably is the big word. So you're in there facing up thinking, oh, will he, won't he? Will I play the shot or won't I play the shot? Will I just duck for the next 12 minutes? Or maybe I should do what Payne's done. He's played a brilliant pull shot. And then you've got to say, hang on, I'm not supposed to be thinking any of that. Watch the ball, you idiot.
Siraj, who really has highlighted India's depth in fast bowling ranks through this tour, turns from the Stanley Street end, bowls to Green, who finds a leading edge. There's an appeal for leg before, which is a curious one from our perspective. It did certainly hit the leading edge, albeit out to the offside, no concerns. But I think that Siraj must have thought that was pad before bat. In any case, Bruce Oxenford not interested. Ajinkya Rahane certainly not interested in the review. So no concern, 5 for 259. I mentioned that Joe Root's on 99. He's 99 at the lunch break. I remember when there was an Australian batsman within a boundary of 100 at the Gabba some years ago. Bloke by the name of Ian Healy.
Was I?
How do you not remember that?
No. You're a freak.
Goodness me.
I was just looking for my chicken and chips, probably. Quarter chicken and chips at the Gabba.
Siraj to the crease and bowls. 2 slips in the gully. Green able to let this one go. One of your 2 centuries here.
Yeah, they were good. It's a good day. One against West Indies, one against England. When both those teams feel slow, you know you're watching the ball well, you're seeing it well, and then you just hope your shot selection gets you through, and you're out there not doing something stupid for a long time, and it happened.
So bowling with this 6-3 field, but 2 of them are out on the leg side. No one at short leg, no one around the corner. So Siraj just trying to gently move the ball away from Green, bring him forward, bring the cordon into play. Late on day one, the crowd's involved. Siraj bowls and Green beaten outside the off stump. That spat off a length. Nice carry through to Rishabh Pant. The first one we've seen really talk with the second new ball.
Yeah, good heat. That's the length. You know, again, it's a little bit fuller than that, and like 2 feet, half a metre fuller, and you're a chance to get the edge. But of course, when you put it half a metre fuller, it might nip like it did from that spot. So, and you're risking being driven. That's the territory you've got to get into. Cameron Green's missed a couple of those, so you know India know what they've got to do for now and start with tomorrow.
He's faced 62 balls, make that 63 outside his off stump. He's clearly playing for stumps. Nothing wrong with that. Tomorrow, usually the best day to bat at the Gabba Hills?
Yeah, I reckon. You've still got to start well. It doesn't just happen. You've got to work hard like they are working now, you know, and they've put a lot of hard work in, Tim Payne and Cameron Green. It's 115 balls they've faced. So you've got to do that again tomorrow. And then the second hour, things should start to flow better. So a wicket or two in that first hour for India, crucial.
Siraj pushing hard. Last ball of the over again. Green's able to leave it go. So that's a wasted delivery to finish, but it's a maiden over from Siraj. Australia nearing the close will have 2 more overs. They're 5 for 259.
Alinta Energy salutes you, the true cricket fan, who knows that an innie and an outie have nothing to do with belly buttons. Bales aren't made of hay. Slips have nothing to do with bananas. An overthrow doesn't involve a third world dictator, and a sitter is a catch, not someone you leave the kids with. So to celebrate you, the true cricket fan, catch a great energy deal with Alinta Energy, the team supporting your home team, and cricket fans everywhere.
Should be another lovely day in Brisbane tomorrow. Our weather for Fujitsu. Escape to the great indoors with Fujitsu, Australia's favourite air. Natarajan, the penultimate over of day one. In here to Payne around the wicket. Left well alone. They've given them a lot of balls to let go in this last half an hour, Heels.
Yes, they didn't bowl that short ball last over.
Yeah.
So did they waste a fielder? And if you can better use that fielder, put him in the third slip, they need to tighten up their length. So they didn't bowl a short ball, and they were too wide. Well, Siraj was too wide. So not quite getting it right with this second new ball. That can't happen tomorrow morning.
So it's Natarajan. Still those 2 slips in the gully. Having a crack at this one is Tim Payne. Through point. Cutting hard. Out towards the rope. It won't quite make it. They'll take an easy 3 in the end. Payne, 34 from 58 balls. He's got another start, the captain. Australia 5 for 261.
Yeah, good counter-punching batting, this. The balls are there to hit. And too often in this series, I have felt that the Australian batsmen haven't capitalised on bad balls. So he's started to do it. He's clicked. From when he was 19 to now 34, it's been very good stroke play from Tim Payne. Green, on the other hand, has stalled. He's still on 20. You know, they were 19 together. And he's doing it a bit tough here. And fingers crossed for him that he can get through.
Yeah, such a good opportunity if he can be there at the close, Green. Natarajan going over the wicket to him and catching mid-wicket in position. And Green drives nicely. Classical square drive that should have the legs to reach the rope. And it does. Cameron Green moves to 24. That'll be the 50 partnership with this pair out there for 119 deliveries. They've put on 53. Australia 5 for 266. And after losing Wade and Labuschagne in quick succession, this pair have done the job over the last hour and a half.
Yeah, there's been no lack of effort in the batting and definitely the bowling. Fielding's let down India. The catching has anyway. And these two can put it together. He's got like the shark shift. You know, Greg Norman's back foot would shift as he goes through a few shots. When Cameron Green gets on the front foot a lot, his back foot slides inside the line. It looks like he slips, but he doesn't. He's propelled himself onto his front foot okay.
The shark shift, I like it. Natarajan bowls and Green flicks down to fine leg. Had that back foot in the air as he made contact. We always like that. He's 25. Australia 5 for 267. All our stats today, thanks to Scott Pack. Turn unpaid invoices into cash. scottpack.com.au. 8 balls left in the day, we assume, unless they somehow manage to really race through the 87th. Doesn't feel like they have that urgency, though.
And the new ball hasn't done its trick either. Thakur would have been better having one more. Maybe Siraj with the old ball to see what he could do with it, because Thakur had it moving worryingly for the Aussies. The new ball more consistent.
Payne back on strike to Natarajan, and he cuts as well. A busy over for Australia. Becomes a most productive one. 12 from it, 1 to come. That was short and wide. It said, hit me, and Payne said, I will. He's 38. Australia, 5 for 271.
Natarajan's tired. He's really despondent about those 2 balls he's delivered Tim Payne. You know, Merv Hughes' famous quote was, mate, haven't you got a television? That's my favourite shot. You shouldn't be bowling there to me. And Payne probably isn't saying anything today.
No.
But he's thinking it.
Well, he'll be thinking about tomorrow. We know that, as you say, first innings runs here, over the last 10 years, we've seen in excess of 400 made on 5 occasions. Got to go big here first up. Natarajan to Payne to finish the over, well outside the off stump, but 12 taken from it. Australia in good shape, 86 gone. They're 5 for 271.
This radio station endorses the commercial radio codes of practice, which have been registered by the Australian Broadcasting Authority. The codes relate to taste and decency, accuracy and fairness in news and current affairs, advertising, Australian music content and complaints handling. Copies of the codes are available by contacting this radio station or Commercial Radio Australia on 02 9281 6577. If you feel a code of practice has been breached and you wish to register a complaint, your complaint should be made in writing. See the complaints section at sen.com.au.
Of course, stick with us on SEN. Big Bash Nation. We're going to have the stars and the strikers from the MCG following this final over here at the Gabba. The last of the day will be sent down by Mohammad Siraj, the 6th with his second new ball. And as Ian Healy pointed out, it has not worked for the visitors yet. Tim Payne able to really take full advantage whenever they've been short or wide.
Now, the deep square legs come in. So does that mean the short ball's off, or is he going to bowl it now?
Siraj to Green, who defends correctly. Elbow nice and high.
And I reckon deep square leg's pretty happy to come in, because he was out there with the sun beaming in his eyes. So if there was a hard, flat hit, hook shot or pull shot, it was going to take some catching. Fine leg is the man now in the danger zone. If the short ball does drag a pull shot and the top edge goes to fine leg, that won't be easy.
Any pressure that may have been built up around this last over has been really let go, with 12 coming from the Natarajan set. The biggest of the day, Siraj, halfway to the crease and then pulls out. We've seen that a few times today from the attack.
Yeah. Is it him that's having trouble with that takeoff area?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so that's got to be a confidence deflator. When your final step, where you propel yourself to the crease and land on a hard surface, is unstable. It can't be easy.
Yeah, we've had the groundsman out a couple of times today to smack it into shape, but clearly not quite to the liking of Siraj. He's got 5 deliveries yet to send down. 2 slips of gully, his catches. He arrives and bowls, and Green down the leg side takes at least 1 behind square leg. Make that 2. Timed it well. Looking for 3. Payne wants it. Green wants it too, but he's sent back, and rightly so. No need for anything outlandish at this stage of the day. Green's 27, Australia 5 for 273. There definitely wasn't 3 there. Or maybe had they ran the first one hard, but that wasn't the case.
Yeah, well, Green made it nearly halfway down and back, so he was right, but Payne with a lot shorter legs, no good. They've snuffed out any optimism India have had this partnership. It's an excellent job they've done in the last 20 minutes. And now that deep man, the man that he's just worked that one on the leg side past, he goes back out. He was in next to the umpire, now he's back out, looking into the sun.
It's a partnership worth 60. 4 balls left in the day. Siraj bowls and Green leaves on length outside the off stump. So as we wind down today, I'm sure India, whilst proud of their efforts at different points of the day, staying in there and fighting for missed opportunities. They're stark. Rahane putting down Labuschagne. Pujara putting down Labuschagne, although that was more a strategic error as to where the fielders were positioned. And Shardul Thacker giving Green a chance on 19 in his follow-through just before the second new ball was due. Siraj bowls and Green gets one to mid-wicket. Big gap in that part of the field now. He moves to 28. Probably job done for the West Australians today with 2 balls to go. 5 for 274. Back to Tim Payne.
He's just started with such composure, hasn't he, Green, in Test cricket? It's like he's been in the side for 2 years.
It's about the foundation with him, the defensive technique. We talked to Chris Rogers last week about him having watched Green at close quarters for Australia A recently, and if you're building from such a strong base, there's a lot of upside.
He loves a rearguard innings too. You know, Western Australia have been in trouble lots of times, and he comes out and still makes hundreds.
Siraj, second last ball today is a bouncer to Tim Payne. He gets underneath it. Yes, of course, here's where it all started for Cameron Green, really, in terms of the rise for Western Australia. He made that big 100 after a half-century with WA in trouble. So he likes the Gabba. Made 1-2-1 not out and 87 a couple of years ago now, but it was his breakout performance in first-class cricket while still a 19-year-old, I think it was.
Yeah, and Queensland thought they had him.
Yeah.
Had him 6 down for not many, and that's when he got his job done.
And here he is, a Test cricketer, taking full advantage. Last ball of the day, Tim Payne facing Siraj. He bowls, and again it's a bouncer, safely through to the keeper. Over and stumps, calls umpire Oxenford. With Australia 5 for 274. Tim Payne 38, Cameron Green 28. The partnership is 61. Ian Healy and India taking 5 wickets on the day. 2 in the first session, Warner and Harris. 1 in the middle session, Smith. And 2 in the final stanza, Wade and Labuschagne. As I say, they hung in there until perhaps the last hour or so, where Australia have very much got themselves on top.
Yes, it's a good partnership to finish the day between Tim Payne and Cameron Green. They both faced a lot of balls and did a lot of hard work and got through. So, you know, this Indian side pride themselves on not bowing to traditions and history and what's happened here before. They're just so keen to show character, and they did it today. I think if they held one of their 3 drop chances, it would have been so much better for them, because they would have then got to run on to the next partnership, and everyone they put down has gone on to cause them pain. So, 274, they've kept it in check. It's just a pity they didn't get Marnus earlier so they could get a run through the Aussies a bit better.
A quick call of the card before we go to the Big Bash for the Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre. All your sheet metal products, Australian-made, quality guaranteed. David Warner, the first man to fall in the first over of the morning after Tim Payne won the toss and batted. He was caught in the cordon from the bowling of Siraj for 1. Marcus Harris, the other man to fall before lunch, caught it square leg from Thakur for 5. After lunch, Stephen Smith fell for 36 against the flow of play. The spin of Sundar, first ball of a new spell, chipped it straight to mid-wicket. At that stage, Australia were 3 for 87 and far from being on top, but ends up Matthew Wade, who joined Marnus Labuschagne. That pair put on 113 before Wade fell. He looked set, but again, didn't quite make it to a half-century. A big top edge in the air of Natarajan, giving him his first wicket in Test cricket. Wade gone for 45, Australia 4 for 200. And the 5th and final wicket to fall was that of Marnus Labuschagne. Labuschagne's day, his 5th Test century, first against India, 2nd at the Gabba, 108. He took Australia from the first over of the day to 5 for 213 heels. We know how much he loves batting at the Gabba, and again today, after being the glue in that Australian order through the course of this series, taking full advantage today in superb batting conditions.
Yeah, great stuff. Really, really good 100. He didn't do it easy the whole way through, so it was good that he got the triple figures. He'll be shattered that he's still not out there. I've never seen what I'm looking at right now. All the Aussies are out on the wicket. There is such conjecture over this wicket. There's, the bowlers are out there, the next batters, Warner, the batsmen that are out there.
Wow.
All looking at this wicket and what what it's drying out to be. So that's very interesting. They might conclude that 274 in a day's play is quite good, the way the wicket played. But I think India did well to keep it in check, and Australia can do a lot more damage if they start well in the first hour tomorrow.
Yeah, that's a point of fascination. There must be 8 or 9 Australian players, both playing and not in the 11, on the strip, giving it real working over there at the close. So
2 coaches.
Yes.
The umpires are still out there. Andrew McDonald and Matty Modest are out there with them.
You know what that'll do? That will fuel some questions at the post-play press conference, if nothing else, with Australia 5 for 274. So losing their 5th wicket on 2-1-3. Cameron Green, 28. Tim Payne, 38. They've put on 61 as Australia finish their day here at the Gabba, and we'll do likewise. Adam Collins and Ian Healy signing off. We'll be back tomorrow for all the action on day 2. Up next, Big Bash Nation, Melbourne Stars and Adelaide Strikers, live from the MCG with Jordan Cornelius and Bryce McGain.
Big Bash Nation.
And online at bigbashnation.com.au. This is Big Bash Nation. The McDonald's, the McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer. Final test at the Gabba into the final leg of the Big Bash. We turn for home this season and enter the final hub in Melbourne. At least 10 games here, and it begins at the MCG with a match that could yet flip the table. It's the Melbourne Stars and the Adelaide Strikers on Big Bash Nation. For McDonald's, the McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer. Jordan Cornelius with you here for game 40 of BBL 10. So we are 2/3 of the way through the season and now entering the final stages that could shape how the ladder looks. Alongside me tonight, our expert for Western Union, another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money online with our app, Bryce McGain. Hello, Bryce.
Hi there, Jordan, and what a super night it is. We're a bit concerned with the weather, and we'll touch on that officially a bit later on, but some big showers, even hail in Melbourne today, but it started getting warm. It's actually warmer now as we approach game time than where we were halfway through the day. So I think it's turned on its head. There is a bit of a stiff southerly breeze, so that means there could be a few more showers to come, but we'll wait and see.
We will. I was peeling off the layers as I was coming in. When I was leaving home, it was dark and cloudy, and it felt like it was becoming nighttime. It felt like winter, with the lack of light around 6 p.m. and then it started warming up, and hopefully these clouds clear away. They're big, fluffy white clouds now, so not as menacing as the ones earlier. And hopefully that means we get a full game tonight in what is the first game. And as I say that, the sun's just coming out now at the MCG. The first game in Melbourne for BBL 10.
Yeah, it's fantastic that. Well, there's cricket other than the Boxing Day test. There has been a lot of sport at this venue, and very exciting. A lot of people supporting. The concourses are filling up as people come down. Those who've come back to work, I suppose, have been coming down from the city. Friday night football's enormous at the MCG. A few filtering down that way, and a few holiday makers as well making their way in with the families.
It's really the first. This end of the Big Bash season will be the first stretch of games that we get in Melbourne for a while. Of course, we had the Boxing Day test, as you said. I think we had one A-League game at Amy Park about 2 weeks ago, but this little phase here of the end of BBL 10 will be the first stretch of games. We'll get a couple at the MCG, a couple at Marvel Stadium. There's still 1 or 2 games that are yet to be filled in venue-wise after the reshuffle out of the Sydney venues in Big Bash 10, but it means that there's multiple opportunities now for fans to come along to matches in Melbourne. The crowds are capped at 15,000 tonight at the MCG, so the stadium won't look as full, understandably, but 15,000 can still create a noise, so we'll be able to hear a roar of the crowd when a 4 is hit at the MCG.
Yeah, you bet. And as I said before, the concourses are filling up as we prepare to game time, so hopefully we do get the 15,000. A lot of corporate diners actually coming through, I noticed as well. So excited to be in the MCG and jumping at that opportunity. So as we speak, both teams are warming up. mostly without a cricket ball. It's a soccer ball and football going around with the Stars, and it's a bit of a huddle there with the Strikers as well. As maybe they just go through the final planning for it. Cameron White is addressing the full group of the Strikers team down there, maybe just indicating a few idiosyncrasies about the MCGs for those that haven't played here. And generally when the flags are blowing stiff from the southerly wind, the bowling breeze down at the ground is coming from the members' end. So it's the opposite way in the middle. So it's just getting used to, and the size of the ground, taking on boundaries, hitting with the breeze and understanding how it works in here is absolutely critical. So few fingers pointing around of what might be a few areas to attack. Big square boundaries, of course, and attacking straight is generally what happens here at the MCG, little shorter boundary straight.
The Adelaide Strikers won the bat flip, which was held just a few minutes ago, and will bowl first. So they'll choose to bowl first, and for the Melbourne Stars, they'll be sent into the middle, where Marcus Stoinis and Andre Fletcher have been named first and second in the team sheet, as they have for most of the year. Nick Larkin's at number 3, and then Glenn Maxwell, Nick Maddinson, Hilton Cartwright and Seb Gotch are the top 7 for the Melbourne Stars. We'll go through the full lineups in a second, but the Strikers choosing to bowl first, is that a different strategy from what they've normally gone with?
Maybe with weather around. That's the only thing I would think about, is that they usually like to get some runs on the board and then really squeeze the opposition. And of course, that's a whole lot easier when you've got Rashid Khan in your lineup. He has now left the team for now, and he's got national duty, so he departs. And so they'll have to fill that spot. We'll have a look at those teams in a sec, as you mentioned, but yeah, look, I think it's just because of the weather. You just want to know exactly what you need to do. If weather comes out, checks down your overs, it's a bit of an advantage to be batting second.
A couple of surprises in the Adelaide Strikers team sheet. We'll get to that in a second. The big bash so far for McDonald's, the McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer. The game here, this can really shape the table again, or reshape it. This has been an ever-morphing ladder that we've seen throughout the season so far, and it will continue to do so, I think, until the end. The Melbourne Stars tonight with a win, if they get all 4 points, they can leapfrog from 7th and jump up into 3rd by overtaking the Adelaide Strikers themselves, Brisbane and the Perth Scorchers, all pending on net run rate, of course, if that tips in the Stars' favour. Otherwise, it might be 4th or 5th, but they can jump up and at least be equal 3rd on points with a full win tonight. So 7th, it looks dire, but it isn't all that dire for Melbourne Stars fans.
No, it's not. And you look at their recent form, they've lost 4 of their last 5, so they are stumbling a bit. They've lost their last 2. But there's no doubt, in having caught up with a number of the players, they are that excited to be back home, you wouldn't believe it. So just the environment of being back in Melbourne, they've been the most travelled team in the BBL. Every game was a road trip, and they just went back and forward across the country, back into Canberra and then back down here. So, look, it's been quite a bizarre scenario for them. And, of course, this series with the Adelaide Strikers, this is a back-to-back game as well. On Monday they played, and it was the Adelaide Strikers who were victorious by 5 wickets with an over up their sleeve as well. So the recent form is all with the Strikers. You wonder whether the Stars at home has a big advantage.
The teams for both sides, we ran through the Melbourne Stars before, so they are going to bat first. They've been sent in to bat by the Adelaide Strikers. Andre Fletcher and Marcus Stoinis will open. Nick Larkin bats at number 3. Glenn Maxwell, the captain, at 4. Nick Maddinson back in the team from the last match. He's basically in replacing Nicholas Puran in the middle order. He bats at 5. Hilton Cartwright at 6. Seb Gotch keeps for the Stars. He's at 7. And then Adam Zampa, Billy Stanlake, Harris Ralph and Zahir Khan are the bowlers, with Sam Rainbird, who did pretty well the other night, but he's been left as an X-Factor sub. And Ed Newman, who they brought into the team as a injury replacement for Will Pukovski, believe it or not. He's in the team from the Doncaster Cricket Club, so well done to Ed Newman as the 13th man. For the Adelaide Strikers, this is where the changes are interesting. So no Rashid Khan. He's on international duty with Afghanistan, and Peter Siddle's still not in the team, even though he was named in the squad. He fractured his thumb a few nights ago against the Renegades. Phil Salt and Matt Renshaw open. Alex Carey at 3. John O'Wells at 4. Jake Weatherall at 5. Ryan Gibson at 6. So all looks pretty normal to now. Cam Valenti has come in for his first game in BBL 10 this season. He hasn't played since the 8th of January last year, so it's almost a full year since he's played his last BBL game, Cam Valenti. He's at 7. Dan Worrell at 8. Danny Briggs, the English spinner, at 9. Wes Agar at 10. And Liam O'Connor comes in as well to provide a bit of extra spin in the absence of Rashid Khan. Liam O'Connor, likewise, hasn't played since the 19th of January last year. So, again, pretty much 12 months between drinks for Valenti and O'Connor, who are in the 11 tonight for the Strikers. Harry Conway's been left out, and Harry Nielsen as well. They are both the X-Factor subs.
Well, a few changes there, and enforced changes, of course, as we've commented on. But look, it's hard to pick the difference between them. On paper, you probably go, gee, there's an advantage to the Stars, but the Strikers have been getting the job done, and most recent form is good form. They've knocked over the Stars on Monday, so it's probably advantage to the Strikers, but the factor of the home ground is going to play in a little bit as well. The Stars, they know that everything's on the line. And as you mentioned, they can go up to equal third, even though they are seventh. So it's such a tight finishing there. The Renegades have dropped off the pace, and their loss really put a line through them for the season. They're just on 9 points, but on 16 points in position 7 of the Stars, and they can jump up if they clean up all 4. Equal third.
We'll come back after the break and get a proper look at the weather as I look up overheads. Plastered up against the bright light towers which have been turned on. Those white fluffy clouds have just become a little more slate grey, so hopefully the rain stays away. But it's going to be like this all night, I'd imagine. Clouds flying in and out of different shades of grey and white all night long. That's going to be next, though. We'll do the full pitch report and the weather update on Big Bash Nation. For McDonald's, the McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer.
You're listening to the Big Bash Nation pre-game show. Start your Saturday morning with a laugh. Off the bench with Hudson and Pickers. Live tomorrow morning from 8:30 on SEN SA.
Breaking news. The saucy McRib and legendary El Maco are back at Macca's. With delicious pork dripping in smoky barbecue rib sauce or juicy beef with chunky Mexican salsa. Grab yours today.
Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Beautiful delivery. Gone for nothing.
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polo. Download the Western Union app today. Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
When you want a fence that'll look fantastic forever, who do you call? Call the sheriffs. When you want high-profile fencing with privacy and security, call the sheriffs. What about aluminium, tubular, sheet, rail and post fencing? Sheriffs. Sheriffs. SA's best price? Definitely sheriffs. When you want fencing, talk to Sheriffs Fencing and Steel. They'll beat any competitor's price on an equivalent item. And Metro delivery is free. High-quality products, wholesale prices. Visit sheriffsfencingandsteel.com.au for a sponsor.
SEN Track is the new sound of chasing, pacing and racing. And each Saturday, you're invited to join the Saturday Trackside team. Be part of the banter, the fun and the expert analysis. And of course, there's plenty of tasty horse racing tips.
Get your pens, pencils, crayons, and have your form guides be ready.
With Simon O'Donnell, David Taggart and the Saturday Trackside team. Listen via the SEN app and follow the tips via Twitter at SEN_track. Saturday Trackside. This Saturday from midday on SEN Track. The new sound of chasing, pacing and racing.
Start your new year off with a super clean service from Laurenex Cleaning. Laurenex Cleaning is locally owned and operated and one of the industry leaders, keeping South Australian workplaces safe and clean. There's no job too big for Laurenex. And that's why we trust them to keep our SEN Adelaide studios clean. But they also work hard to keep offices, sporting clubs, medical and age facilities clean. Laurenex Cleaning, securing workplace safety in 2021. Google them today.
This could be your best summer yet, because nothing screams fun like a Sea-Doo. The 2021 Sea-Doo models are now arriving at Peter Stevens Sea-Doo. Get a look at the all-new Sea-Doo Spark or let your jaw drop over the turbocharged RXP 300. The best time to buy a new Sea-Doo is now. Peter Stevens, Adelaide's home of Sea-Doo, 229 Franklin Street in the city. Book a test ride now at peterstevens.com.au.
The call to arms for Enviro sustainability has arrived.
In air conditioning, A for Air is leading the way in energy efficiency.
As a Dakin specialist dealer, A for Air are a carbon neutral business committed to clean air. They go one step further by offsetting the carbon footprint of every air conditioning system they install for 10 years.
Partnering with A for Air is positive for your home, your business and for the world.
The choice you make for your comfort today will impact your children's climate tomorrow.
afororair.com.au.
Many of us go through challenges every day. Family issues,
issues, job and financial problems, health trauma, and loss of loved ones. But for every person, one thing never changes. No matter what, there's always hope. I'm Richard Fox, and my entire team at messagesofhope.org.au are here for you. In your toughest time, Messages of Hope can inspire with real stories of hope and provide practical tools to get you through. To learn more, go to messagesofhope.org.au.
The massive headlines.
Nathan Buckley had a phone conversation with Adam Treloar. The senior group didn't want him around the club anymore.
The huge moments in sport. He gets it away to 20. The Melbourne Storm have won. And excitement. Oh, that's a good-looking kick off the boat. You're kidding me. Across every town and city, sport is the glue of our local community. Listen anywhere, anytime on the SEN app. The latest news articles, podcasts, live sport and more. Download the SEN app today. You're listening to Big Bash Nation for McDonald's. The McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer.
Welcome back to Big Bash Nation for McDonald's. The McRib and El Maco are back at Macca's this summer. Jordan Canellis and Bryce McGain with you from the MCG, the Melbourne Stars and the Adelaide Strikers in game number 40 in BBL 10. 0433 98 11 16 is the Big Bash Nation text line. Brett says, I'm at the cricket and I'm a bit emotional, guys. After a rubbish year, we're finally back watching sport at the Old Girl. Doesn't matter how small the crowd is. Thank you, Brett, for your text.
Well, he's spot on, isn't he, Brett?
He is.
Just about the walk up to the ground and the atmosphere, it just builds up and it's so exciting. I remember as a kid doing that, and still it hasn't changed. I'm a big kid now, and it hasn't changed. Even playing here, the excitement of... Actually, that's a nice bit of driving your car underneath when you're playing, but, it's just an amazing feeling, approaching the ground. Even when, because I live down on the Mornington Peninsula, you come up in the train and you'd be looking out the window of the train, and there it is, there, the light towers.
That's one of the best parts.
It is, just seeing it, and
the train ride.
Yeah, particularly an evening game like this with the lights on, you can see the light towers they're on, and you speculate what it's going to be like when you're walking in there with your friends. It's so exciting.
Yeah, I was on the concourse before coming in about an hour and a half ago, and I was fussing around trying to get all my administrative things done so I can get myself into the ground. And for a moment, I took a step back and went, "Hang on, I'm here. It's been a while. It's been a long time since I've been here."
It sure is.
It was fun.
Yeah.
The Australia v India series for Toyota SA, awaken your unbreakable today in the new Hilux SR5, Rogue and Rugged X at your local Toyota dealer. Stumps on day number 1. Australia 5 for 274. Cam Green 28 and Tim Payne 38 will resume in the morning. But the story of the day, Bryce, was Marnus Labuschagne. He's 108. Finally got that ton. Missed out narrowly in Sydney with 91 in the first innings, but got there today. Really accelerated through the second half of his innings. He was just plodding along, taking it easy, forming that partnership with Steve Smith first off, and then Matthew Wade when he was out there. And then by the time he got past his 50 and then into the 60s and 70s, he really crashed his way through to the ton. And it was, when they were there together in the middle, it was glorious shot making from Labuschagne and Wade. The cover drives coming off left and right from the two of them was just phenomenal batting display after a couple of early wickets.
Yeah, it was. There were a lot of drives, actually, and it probably just went to show that the Indians were looking to pitch the ball up, and often at the Gabba, the visiting teams get a bit excited because there's so much bounce and hitting the wicket back of a length, and it's flying over the stumps, and everyone gets excited by that, and it's no drama for the batsmen. They can let all that go, but they kept the ball up and they wanted the Australians to drive, and there were some great stroke players you mentioned. It was a really good partnership of 113, that one you talk about with Wade and Labuschagne, and it was an accelerated partnership. So it did sway things back in favour of the Australians at that point at 3 for 200, but they lost Wade, then they lost Labuschagne just 13 runs later, and at 5 for 213, the Indians would have been very, very pleased with a new ball just around the corner. But well done to Cameron Green. He loves batting with Tim Payne. There's no doubt about that. Cameron Green subdued as he has been in most of his innings, except when he got that accelerator given to him at the SCG where the declaration was imminent. He was able to cut loose a bit and hit a few big sixes. But a terrific partnership in the end, because it could have looked a bit wobbly if they'd lost a few more wickets, got into the tail enders with that second new ball. But credit to Tim Payne and Cameron Green on 28 not out. Cameron Green and 38 not out, Tim Payne.
And this is valuable batting as well from Tim Payne too. I still don't understand the criticism around around him, and sometimes people go, oh, he's not that great with the bat. He's not as... You don't have to be as good as Gilchrist or even Brad Haddin, who had a good batting average in his Test career. If you can provide valuable runs, that's, in my mind, that's what the wicketkeeper is there for. If you're looking for your wicketkeeper to score you a century or a 150, you're looking in the wrong spot. That's for the top 6. If your wicketkeeper can come in and can score you a 50 and help the total along in any way possible, he's done his job. And Tim Payne has done that job multiple times this series in his career, and he's doing it again here after, 2 wickets in a row from Labuschagne and Wade. He's now come in, he's got 38 runs, might add a couple more in the morning. This is what you want from a number 7.
Yeah, well said, Jordan. You're spot on. And I think, let's not forget, he was man of the match in Adelaide with an incredible inning. So he was the top scorer of the match, and he was the only one really to cope with it. But he does it in a real positive manner. He's held that ever since he started playing Sheffield Shield cricket, playing first-class cricket. He has been a positive scorer, never wants to get bogged down, wants to score. He's not a thrasher, but he'll keep looking to play shots, turn the strike over, and again, he's striking at 61 in an important role when the second new ball was on. You're still looking to score and was pretty positive. 5 boundaries in his 38 not out.
We might continue this discussion a little bit later on. Let's have a look at the weather firstly, though, for Fujitsu. Escape to the great indoors with Fujitsu, Australia's favourite air. Currently 17 degrees in Melbourne, a top of 20, which we've probably already had that come and go. As I have a look at the radar, there's, I don't think the radar's updated. Here we go. There's a bit of cloud coverage around, a couple of heavy clouds as well. Pardon me, approaching us in the next little while. But, the best weather update is just look up above the Great Southern Stand and the members stand where we are, and there's still a couple of clouds overhead, but patches of blue as well, so hopefully the rain has gone away. The weather report from earlier in the morning was that the showers, we had sun showers earlier.
Yeah.
It would be mainly during the afternoon, so I think the rain anyway should clear up by the evening time, so hopefully that stays away for us tonight. And the pitch report for Quick As, they know freight, quickaz.com.au. We saw it behave at the Boxing Day test, Bryce. What do you expect from the pitch tonight at the MCG?
Well, it looks like there's a good even cover of grass out there. There's actually a bit more than we probably had in the test match. So it might be a little lively. What they have endeavoured to do here is get some pace and bounce in the wicket, and I think it will have that. Good batting conditions, but we'll be able to sum up just if there is any movement and moisture in the surface early on. But I would suggest really good bounce and pace here at the MCG.
The weather update for Fujitsu, escape to the great indoors with Fujitsu, Australia's favourite air, and the pitch report for Quick As. They know freight, quickaz.com.au. So it's game number 40 of BBL 10. It's the Melbourne Stars and the Adelaide Strikers from the MCG. Jordan Canellis and Bryce McGain with you. We'll come back after this and we'll bring you the first ball of the match from the MCG.
You're listening to the Big Bash Nation pre-game show.
Trackside, your daily fix on all things racing. All the results, all the news, all the form.
Live daily on SEN Track. Bet Deluxe, the new home for online punting. This Saturday, it's serious specials for the Magic Millions meeting on the Gold Coast, as well as serious specials for the Twilight meeting at Flemington, and serious specials at all other main metropolitan meetings from New South Wales, Western Australia and South Australia. Bet Deluxe, serious betting for serious punters. Visit betdeluxe.com.au.
Gamble responsibly. If gambling becomes an issue for you, call 1-800-858-858.
With a header back in the shed and the dust starting to settle, it's time to start planning for next year's harvest. For that extra edge, it's time to consider upgrading to a John Deere S700 combine harvester. With automation and intelligence that offers seamless integration between you and your equipment, you can make every hour spent harvesting a productive hour and end next season on a high note. Talk to your local John Deere dealer now to secure your S700 harvester for Harvest 2021.
After the kind of year we've all just had, it's about time for a bit of good news. That's why my mates at Wigs are doing their bit to help more South Australian families reach their dream of owning a new home by offering a $25,000 cash discount on all next-gen homes. Plus, Wigs are also including fixed-price footings and a 20-week build time. Now that's pretty good. This offer won't last long, folks, so head to a display home today or visit wigs.com.au. Conditions apply.
Hey, it's Matt McKeldin. And I'm Steve Johnson. And we're the hosts of The Driver's Seat, Australia's #1 motorsport radio show. Each week we go through all the big news stories and chat to some of the biggest names in supercars. Here with Mark Winterbottom, the pump's ready to go. Davey Reynolds here, little Sonic the Hedgehog. Jamie Whincup, welcome back to The Driver's Seat. Feels good to be back. Plus you can catch up and get all the exclusive interviews first on The Driver's Seat. Get radio's #1 motorsport show on your smartphone. Thanks to Kubota, building Australia. New mini hotcakes with Nutella have arrived at Macca's. Our famous hotcakes made mini with a delicious layer of creamy Nutella. Try them today and flavour your summer with Macca's. Available for a limited time only.
Visit your local Dulux Trade Centre or Inspirations Paint Store for all your professional painting needs. With over 230 locations around Australia, you can be confident we have the right tools to help you get the job done. Our trade stores have all the commercial paint and accessories you'll need, as well as the best expert trade staff who are on hand to give great advice and quick service. When it comes to your next paint job, head to your local Dulux Trade Centre or Inspirations Paint Store.
When you want a fence that'll look fantastic forever, who do you call? Call the sheriffs. When you want high-profile fencing with privacy and security, call the sheriffs. What about aluminium, tubular, sheet, rail and post fencing? Sheriffs. Sheriffs. SA's best price? Definitely sheriffs. When you want fencing, talk to Sheriffs Fencing and Steel. They'll beat any competitor's price on an equivalent item. And metro delivery is free. High-quality products, wholesale prices. Visit sheriffsfencingandsteel.com.au. Fresh sponsor.
Oh, well, you sent that one with a lot of pace, and...
With Western Union, you can send money online to bank accounts overseas for zero sender or receiver transfer fee when you pay with Polly.
Outstanding figures!
Download the Western Union app today.
Incredible speed and gone for a big, beautiful zero!
Western Union also makes money from currency exchange.
SEN SA's studio on King William Street is powered by Lumo Energy. Join SEN and power your home or business with energy from an Australian-owned company, Lumo Energy SA. Learn more. Head to lumoenergy.com.au today.
You're listening to Big Bash Nation for McDonald's. The McRib and El Macca are back at Macca's this summer.
Welcome back to Big Bash Nation. We're at the MCG. Jordan Canellis and Bryce McGain calling the match tonight between the Melbourne Stars and the Adelaide Strikers. It is a battle between 4th and 7th on the Big Bash ladder, but if you look next to the team names and you have a look at the points tallies or the premiership points, you'll know that it's a pretty close ladder. So even a win tonight for the Melbourne Stars can rocket them from 7th all the way into 3rd if they get the full 4 points with the win and the Bash Boost bonus point. It is very, it's a logjam in the middle of the Big Bash table, Bryce. It has been for a little while. We have had one team break away, though. Now the Sydney Sixers, after getting a win in the Sydney Smash the other night against the Thunder, have gone 6 points clear on top of the BBL 10 ladder. They are 29 points, the Sixers. The Sydney Thunder, 23 points. And, well, the reigning champions, they're 7 wins and 3 losses, and they'd be very pleased with where they are.
Yeah, it was a big flex, I think, over their crosstown rival, the Thunder. They were both up there. They were the form teams, highly regarded, the 2 favourites for the competition, and the Sixers just went, no, you're not quite ready just yet. The amazing thing with the Sixers are the players that come back in with the test match final, the team finally selected. In comes Moses Enriques, available for them. They have Sean Abbott, the second leading wicket taker in the Big Bash of all time. He gets to come back in, and you don't reckon there's 2 hungrier all-round cricketers that are just dying to play some matches. They've been stuck in the nets. They've been following that test team around for 4 tests. 2 months now. They've played no cricket. They are bursting at the seams. They come into that lineup. I don't know how they're going to fit it all in because the players in there are doing such a good job. As you said, they're clear on top and looking the business. And, they are clear favourites at the moment. And then it comes down to who gets their mojo in these last 4 or 5 games, depending on how many are left. Sixers have played 10. They've got 4 left. We're talking about the Stars and the Scorchers who have 5 left. So there's still some catching up to do, and there's still some form to play out leading up into that final series.
Were the Sixers aided by the brief rain delay in that game? The fact they had to chase down the total in a reduced total in a shorter time span, or was it much of a muchness, I guess?
No, I think it always favours that second team. I don't think I really don't think Duckworth Lewis has nailed T20 cricket in weather and gets it a challenging enough chase. I think it's I think it's a little generous for the team batting second, and that's why the strikers who have won the toss here at the MCG tonight, they've elected to bat second, because I reckon there's advantage in knowing lesser overs. You still have the full resources of your batting, so lesser overs means you're not going to use them all. You're not going to get bowled out in 14 overs or 12 overs, whatever the result might be restricted down to or reduced down to. So I think it certainly favours the team batting second. A little advantage there.
The next couple of teams on the ladder, the Perth Scorchers, the Adelaide Strikers and the Brisbane Heat, all on 20 points, and then the Hobart Hurricanes on 19 points. The Heat are in 5th position. Do you think they can maintain that and actually make the finals?
Yeah, I reckon they can. I do. I think they can. I think they're just...
After the start they had to the season, here they are now winning matches.
They stunk it up. They really did. And even last night, we had our heart in our mouth. They should have just been dawdling over the Renegades. They were completely in charge. The Renegades dropping Lynn 3 times. Well, got him out off a no ball, and then effectively having him out 3 times, and then missing out. But then they lost 4 wickets at the end. So I'm not sure I can trust the Heat, but they're in with a knockout chance. They make me so nervous. Even when things are going well for them, you know there's going to be a twist and a turn, and they're going to feel some pressure, and they certainly did last night. But they put pay to the Renegades season. That's certainly what they were able to do.
Who's the best team, but let me rephrase that. Who's the most informed team right now?
Well, that title I think goes to the Sixers. But having said that, they've won 3 out of their last 5. The team that's won 5 out of 5, that's the Perth Scorchers.
Yeah.
They're absolutely flying, and they've got their settled lineup. Hiccup there though, Colin Munro, he missed last game. He's got a quad injury. That may take a few weeks. So he might be touch and go for the final series. And Mitch Marsh, of course, the big injury, the side, he absolutely will not be bowling. But if he comes back and bats, he's going to add some value. But I think it still will be restricting him to really cut loose and unleash and open the shoulders and be able to launch the ball around, which is what he's so good at. So a couple of injury concerns there, but their bowling attack have really got it going now. They've stuck with them through the whole tournament. We're talking about Andrew Tye, Berendorf, and Jai Richardson. Jai Richardson's right at the pointy end of wicket takers in the competition, and he's in top form at the moment. Add to that forward arm, and he's a smart spinner as well. They've got it all happening, and one of my favourites at the moment in state cricket and Big Bash cricket, Aaron Hardy. I reckon he's an absolute star. Now, after this Test match, you know who slides back into that Perth Scorchers team? Cameron Green.
Oh, of course.
Cameron Green comes back in, so you don't reckon that strengthens them up. That will strengthen them up. So the Sixers and Scorchers, for me, that they get some serious firepower back in. So they will only get stronger, and they're the form team.
I was going to ask you, who have they got to come back in? They've got bowlers upon bowlers to come in if they lose one of those, or if they want to replace the Mitch Marsh bowling aspect with a fast. That's fine. But the batsmen, they got Cam Bancroft in there, who's been okay recently in Big Bash. But yeah, Cam Green coming in, that's going to be, well, if you want your all-rounder to replace Mitch Marsh, there you go.
There you go. And then Marsh can just play that type of cameo role. But I think Adam Voges just at the moment might have the thumb in the braces and just going, yep, we're looking pretty good at the moment. And he would have a lot of confidence. Earlier in the Big Bash, there was calls for his head. Would you believe it? Doesn't it turn around so quickly? It is a long season. It's a big tournament, and it does take a few months to get through, and the Scorchers have certainly found their mojo.
The Melbourne Stars tonight, a bit of news during the week out of the Melbourne Stars that Ben Dunk, by mutual agreement, has been released from his contract effective immediately. So that last game a few nights ago against the Adelaide Strikers was his last appearance in the squad. Departed immediately, said that he's going to look for opportunities elsewhere. What does that mean, I guess, for Ben Dunk at this stage of at least his 2020 career?
Well, it means that he'll be going around the world. He performed exceptionally well. He has done in the Caribbean Premier League and the Pakistan Premier League as well. So, look, he will get opportunities around the world because he is a dangerous player. But I guess the relationship between the Stars, it just hasn't hit it off. He signed a long-term contract when he was at the absolute peak of his powers. Don't forget, he was a leading run scorer twice in the Big Bash over the journey. So he was a much sought-after player. and the Stars really wanted him, and they gave him 5 years. Now, that's a different coaching regime and a different leadership regime now in charge of the Stars, and I think inheriting a longer contract, there's another year to go on that contract. I think they both came to the conclusion that maybe for you to find other opportunities because maybe his time here was up.
The Melbourne Stars have been a little wishy-washy with how they've placed their team together, I guess, in terms of the order of the batting lineup. Do you reckon is tonight's the closest that you think is the closest to the best, or is there still? Would you like to see Hilton Cartwright batting up the order, or is number 6 good for him? Is Nick Larkin, is his spot in the team? Is he a valuable contributor at number 3? Andre Fletcher opening the batting has been underwhelming to say the least this season. His top score is only 18. I think after that it's 15, and then nothing else over 12 runs in I think the 7 games that he's played. I don't know, is this team the best team, or will we not find out what the best 11 is for the Melbourne Stars at all this season? Yeah, I guess they had a real boost in the middle with Nicholas Poran, who came into the lineup, and we saw him, he just took it down one night. He was absolutely superb, and we know that he's been touted as the next Brian Lara of West Indian cricket, and we got to see why. He's a power bat for a little fella, really whippy, quick hands, and was exceptional. So I think probably their best lineup has him in it. So I think they're probably missing out a little bit there. But this is as good as it's going to be now. They got 5 games. This is their lineup. Look, you'd hope this is where it is. Nathan Coulter-Nile would be a player that would come back in and give you middle order firepower hitting. And that might mean that one of the batters might miss out. Hilton Cartwright can slide up the order a little bit in that respect. So, but their bowling attack, look, it's as good as they come, really, led by Adam Zampa, the leg spinner. He's been absolutely superb. So I'm really looking forward to seeing him bowl here tonight at the MCG. Even though the Adelaide Strikers won the toss and have chosen to bowl first with the conditions that are around, and again I look up and the clouds have just separated a little bit more, so a bit more hope fills the heart now that the rain will stay away with more blue skies appearing to us. But is this the best opportunity now for the Melbourne Stars? As you said, haven't won many games in their last run. I think they've won 1 out of their last 6 games at the Melbourne Stars, so they're in a real down patch at the moment. Is this their best chance to get a win on the board with this weakened Adelaide team? Rashid Khan and Peter Siddle were their best bowlers up to now in the season, both of them out. Khan is on international duty with Afghanistan. Peter Siddle still recovering from that thumb injury. This, in theory, should be the Melbourne Stars' best opportunity to really attack and go aggressive at the Adelaide Strikers bowling attack. Yeah, I'd agree with you. And I agree that I think tonight they'll be looking to really attack Liam O'Connell, which is probably a little unfortunate for him, but it's probably got to do, he would expect it as well. They're looking to really target Liam O'Connor, sorry, I said that wrong. But look, he's a really capable leggy. He's done it before in Big Bash cricket. He can take some wickets, but they would be looking to attack there. Danny Briggs, he's the leading wicket taker in T20 cricket in England, so he is one to watch. And Daniel Worrell's been very good at the top of the order. Cam Valentine, he may be bowling in that middle part as well, so he'll have some responsibility. But, well, we'll just have to wait and see. They'll be able to present that up now. The Strikers are out. The cheers are for the Melbourne Stars as they walk out. Yeah, the Adelaide Strikers came out onto the MCG to not much fanfare from the home Melbourne crowd, but out come Andre Fletcher and Marcus Stoinis from the race, and they are slowly making their way to the middle of the MCG. 0433 98 11 16 off the text for Big Bash Nation's text line. Howdy guys, first sporting event in 12 months with the kids and first timers they've been to the G. They're a Big Kev excited, says Lee off the text. Cooking fish we caught on a barbecue in Echuca on holidays with the kids. Loving the SEN app from Matt, the bus driver. Thank you, Matt. That's a great way to listen to the cricket. Isn't it just? Let us know how you're getting on with that. Yeah. Bryce, were you playing the night that Dwayne Bravo won the T20 game for Victoria in 2010? One of the great wins, asks Brett. It was an incredible win. I wasn't playing. I was sitting on one of the plastic garden chairs they were actually on the oval at that stage. You might remember that. And it was freezing cold when Dwayne Bravo went bananas at the end, and we were all wrapped in towels.
Dirk Nannis was next in. We lost a lot of wickets to Victorians, and boy, he just lit it up. That was an amazing game. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
And a huge crowd here as well, and really showed that, the Melbourne public loved the fact that T20 cricket, even at a domestic level, was here at the MCG.
So both sides are out in the middle now. Andre Fletcher has taken up his position at the striker's end. Pyrotechnics around the grounds.
Had a bit of heat on that.
It's going to be Cam Valenti to bowl the first ball of this match from the Great Southern Stand end. It's a wait for this game to get underway. The Adelaide Strikers won the bat flip and chose to bowl first, so the Melbourne Stars out in the middle. And the Melbourne Stars choosing to take a knee before the start of the match, as do the umpires. The Adelaide Strikers standing with hands folded behind their backs. And everyone on their knee rises, and now we get ready for the first ball to be bowled in the Melbourne leg of the hubbed BBL 10 season. Andre Fletcher on strike, and it's going to be Valenti from the Great Southern Stand end, bowling right arm over the wicket to Fletcher facing. This one is going to be cut behind points. It's a fine shot. It's down to the man on the rope, that third man. A finessed shot first up from Andre Fletcher to get a run on the board, and the Melbourne Stars are off and away.
Yeah, it was cut away. A full ball that was cut away. Jab down to third man. The fielder's out, deep forward square leg, and a deep third man. Same field for Stoinis, so no change. There's a slip in place as well.
The rain has stayed away now for a couple of hours, so that is positive signs weather-wise. There's a coolish breeze rolling around the MCG and no sunshine at the moment, so it's perfect playing conditions. No player out there will be feeling the heat in any way. Andre Fletcher has a brief words to Marcus Stoinis, who's scratching out his guard.
It was just down for the glove tap.
Yeah.
Down to do that. Just checked in with each other.
Good luck, Stoiny. Sam Nagaiski and Sean Craig, our umpires tonight. Valenti's bowling, and this one is played into points. Good stop at point. They'll get through for a single. And Stoinis is now off the mark with one.
Good fielding there. Weatherall's really good at that backward point gully regions. Good diver. Saves a lot of runs in that region.
There's a slip in place. There's a gully in there. Valenti is in. This one is spattered back down the wicket. They call for weight, and then they take the single as the mid-off and mid-on converge to do the fielding. So 3 singles to start the over here for the Melbourne Stars. A patient beginning. Andre Fletcher will be hoping to put on a big score. Hasn't had a score depart the teens this season. Hasn't got above 18. That's his highest score for the West Indian import from Grenada. Valenti rounding his mark, coming in, right arm over the wicket to Stoinis on strike, and that one is played with a flat bat into the leg side. They take a run. There was a great throw coming in from mid-on, which was a direct hit, but Stoinis was back safe. And it was Matt Renshaw who did the fielding. That was pretty swift stuff from Renshaw. Took it in his stride, and with a diving effort, hit the stumps at the bowler's end.
Yeah, surprisingly, he's right back on the ring at mid-on. Maybe they will try and take it on over the top, but there's a big gap there. There's only inside the ring. It's just a short, fine leg in the mid-on.
Singles are plenty here to start. This one's going to be a dot ball as Fletcher hits it back to the bowler. So none for 4 with the ball to come here in this over at the MCG. Big Bash Nation.
Now, what about the way Fletcher started with the no-look 6? He just had his eyes down on the pitch and just flicked it up over square leg. We thought we had something special, and hasn't quite lived up to that since then. Has in the field. His fielding's been dynamic.
Last ball of the first over. Fletcher's in and out over points. That'll run down to the rope. He's had a look over his shoulder. It's just pulling up before the rope, but still carries through with 2 fielders pursuing. Out on the offside, Andre Fletcher gets the first boundary of the night. Don't let your luck run out, TAC. That's the end of the first over. It is none for 8.
Nothing says Aussie summer like listening to the cricket with an ice-cold Bundaberg ginger beer. Bundaberg ginger beer is is a true blue brew. A quintessential classic, craft brewed over 3 days using real Aussie ginger and a traditional family recipe, which has been perfected over 4 generations. Treat yourself this summer to the Great Australian Brew, Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
Big Bash Nation, Jordan Canellis and Bryce McGain with you from the MCG. Bryce, our expert for Western Union. Another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money overseas with their app. And Dan Worrell has been given the ball from the members' end for the Adelaide Strikers, who won the toss and elected to bowl first. If you're just catching up, stumps on day number 1 at the Gabba. It's Australia 5 for 274. Marnus Labuschagne, the star of the day, with his knock of 108. Cam Green 28 and Tim Payne 38 will resume in the morning from the second day in Brisbane. And you can hear all the coverage on SEN Test Cricket. Second over about to begin. Dan Worrell still having that slip in place. 3 fielders in front of the batsman's eye line when he looks out at points.
Well, the way he's been swinging, you just about need 3 slips in place against his old team, Dan Worrell.
He steams in, right arm over to Stoinis, who's leaving that one. Shoulders arms to that as it swings through to Alex Carey.
There was swing as well, good outswing. Late movement again. Dan Worrell's been superb with the new ball, and they generally want to bowl him for the full tilt up front. 4 overs up front while that ball is new and that he can swing it. Very skilled bowler. Angled run-up and approach.
Yeah.
And I think really what that is because his front foot flays out a little bit. So when he gets to the crease, it flays out, but it's then in line with where he wants to bowl the ball. If he went in straight, that front foot would be out.
Worrell is in again. Stoinis this time trying to cut that one behind point, but it's stopped at that almost fly slick position by Valenti for a dot.
Went to that short third man. So they've got the slip, the short third man, the backward point, and then the sweeper is out at deep point or even deep backward point. So they're really protecting that area with the outswing. Big gap on the onside, of course. That's where they want him to hit the ball across the line through the mid-wicket region. Sweeper on leg side.
On that angled run-up, Worrell comes in, puts it on the pads this time, and Stoinis just gets a bat behind it, drops it into the offside for a dot ball. And superb over so far from Dan Worrell. Hasn't given up a run yet through 3 balls. Fletcher's on 6, Marcus Stoinis on 2. Melbourne Stars none for ace after 1.3 overs so far. Light towers are on. They burst into life before the start of this match. Worrell in again. Stoinis looking to hit this one. He hits it. Hits it straight back to the bowler on the bounce. Into the hands of Dan Worrell, who did pretty well to take that. And that was coming back fast as well.
Yeah, he got every bit of that. You could hear in the effects mic. Crunched right in the middle of the bat. Still a bit of late movement away. Been really good bowling. He's been able to get a lot of movement. Probably been a little unlucky in the Big Bash so far. Just getting single digit and 2 wickets at a time. Been steady, no big bag. The slip comes out now. Maybe that slip, the swing has just died down a little bit. Mid-wicket in place.
Worrell in, past the umpire, and again it's another dot as Stoinis defends into the offside. Could have a maiden over here. Haven't had too many of them in BBL 10. Scott Boland had 1 or 2 earlier in the season, but it's a rare thing in 2020 cricket, a maiden over.
Could be a Macca's moment.
Could be.
A maiden early on. That one just coming back in. Bit of an off-cutter there.
In the power play, of course, second over in. Tyre Power, your trusted tyre experts. Final ball for Dan Worrell. He's in. Stoinis wanting to score runs, and he does. He cuts it through points and will just get the single into the sweeper on the rope on the offside in Jono Wells. So that ends the over. Just the 1 run from it. Superb over from Dan Worrell for the Adelaide Strikers. After 2 overs, it's none for 9.
The new Morphett Vale Dulux Trade Centre is now open, offering a wide range of commercial paint and accessories along with expert trade staff on hand for great advice and quick service. When it comes to your next professional paint job, head down to the new Morphett Vale Dulux Trade Centre.
G'day, Simon Kadich here. Are you a business looking to upskill your workforce? Or do you want to hit your career for 6 by becoming an apprentice? MEGT has been supporting employers and apprentices for over 35 years. Contact MEGT, your local apprenticeship experts, or 136963. 3.
Big Bash Nation, it is the Stars against the Strikers. The Stars batting first, sent into bat by the Adelaide Strikers, who won the bat flip. And they've started well bowling-wise on a... It's a little bit chilly. I wouldn't say it's frosty, but it's a cool MCG tonight. And the Strikers have got Wes Agar bowling his first over now from the Great Southern Stand end. Into Marcus Stoinis, right arm over, and Stoinis is pulling this one behind square leg. It'll run down to the rope. Will Wells get there? He does. Puts in a good effort sliding in, and they come back for 2. And that's the real first shot of aggression into the leg side for Marcus Stoinis this evening. He's up to 5. Fletcher's on 6.
And that just hurried up Stoinis a bit, Agar, and that's what he's been doing, hitting a really hard length. That's all he's trying to do, not too many tricks. Just hit the seam and bowl well. He's taken a big bag of wickets this BBL.
No slip. Agar is bowling, comes off the face of the bat and slides into that backward point. A dot ball for Agar. He's got the high knees as he comes in, Wes Agar. It's a very, very purposeful lead into his bowling action. None for 11 the score.
When we talk about the wickets, he's taken 17 for the tournament. Puts him in 3rd place. Mark Stickety, after a good performance last night. A few more wickets for him, a couple of wickets. He's joined with Jai Richardson at the top on 18.
Agar to Stoinis, who has a big swing and a miss through to the wicketkeeper Alex Carey. 17 wickets for Wes Agar is his highest, equal highest return, same as last season. So he has the ability, with still a handful of games left, to get his season high of wickets taken in the Big Bash, Wes Agar. And I'm sure he'll have many opportunities more in the future. At just 23 years of age at the moment, Wes Agar.
Which is finding his game now, what he does well. This is what you do well. You hit the wicket hard, you make it difficult for batsmen. He's bowling beautifully.
Agar is in. Stoinis off the face of the bat to cut into point. They'll take the run, and Fletcher has to stumble into his ground at the striker's end as the throw came in from the offside. And they get back just in time. The throw is a little wayward, went a couple of feet behind the stumps at the striker's end, so they get the single safely.
Yeah, just the one stump to aim at from point. But I reckon he might have been short. How do you got it? Because Gibson, the fielder, he threw, touch and go, but he was slow to respond. Fletcher's
facing now. Agar bowling a little short of that time. Well, he bashed it into the pitch, as he is known to do. Where's Agar? And Fletcher can just glance it into the leg side for a dot.
Just no room to free his arms up. We know he's so dangerous, particularly with that side of the off stump. He will flay that over. We saw that in the first over. Valente getting picked up for the first and only boundary of this innings. But flayed away over backward point. But in tight there, that's his kryptonite and has been all tournament.
This pair struggling to find the rope so far in the power play for Tyre Power. Summer scorches sail. Now they will, as Fletcher smashes that one back past the bowler, over his head, a couple of bounces down to the rope. Straight down into the ground with the backdrop of the Great Southern Stand behind that white ball flying through the air. A boundary for the TAC. Don't let your luck run out, TAC.
Last ball 4.
Fletcher's on 10, Stoinis is on 6, and after 3, it's none for 16.
Sometimes needing new tyres can catch us by surprise. That's why Tyre Power gives you the power of Zip Pay and Zip Money. It means you can get what you need now, get back on the road safely, and pay for it later, taking advantage of the interest-free period. So if you need new tyres or mechanical repairs, don't wait till it gets worse. Get them now with Zip Pay or Zip Money at Tyre Power. No fuss, no wait, no worries. Terms and conditions apply. So visit tyrepower.com.au and call 132191 for your local owner-operator.
None for 16, the score after 3 overs in this power play for Tyre Power. Know your tyres. Bryce McGain is our expert for Western Union. Another fast delivery by Western Union. Send money overseas with their app. Analysing tonight's match. Game number 40. The Stars and the Strikers. With Marcus Stoinis facing Dan Worrell, and he's gone airball this time. Stoinis glancing into the leg side. It'll drop a few yards short of the rope, and they'll run too, as scurrying around is Phil Salt on the leg side to haul it in before the rope approaches. A double for Marcus Stoinis.
Aggressive shot there on the up. Picking it up over the leg side. Good fielding out there by Phil Salt. Good moving in AFL terms from one pocket to the other. Very mobile forward. Wouldn't be his game, AFL. He'd be good with the round ball, though.
Oh, yeah. Dan Worrell, right arm over to Stoinis again, who's showing the full face of the bat into cover and finds the fielder no run. Marcus Stoinis became the 5th player to pass the 2,000 run mark in the Big Bash this season a few games ago. Or last game it would have been. 2,018 runs he has to his name. Joining Glenn Maxwell to do the same achievement this season. John O'Wells could join them tonight as well. He's only 6 runs shy. Stoinis trying to pull that into the leg side. Didn't quite get the full connection. And it dribbles through to mid-wicket for another dot ball.
Yeah, difficult length there. Again, that's where he's been so impeccable. That bail height length. It's hard to go forward, and that one he's tried to pull and go back, but it's skidded through as well. 136 by Dan Worrell. He's not express, but he's quick enough. He can really slip the ball on. That one hit high on the bat.
Short third man backward points and a cover on the offside, plus the deep point. Short delivery from Worrell. That's going to be a wide. Went straight over Marcus Stoinis, who ducked a little underneath it. Alex Carey did well at full strength, a full stretch, to take it over his left shoulder.
A big effort ball, a big bumper, and responsive wicket. There is a bounce in the wicket.
Yeah.
It's probably the length that he used to bowl at the MCG to get a bumper up around chest height, but that one has taken off.
That trampolined up over Stoinis.
Some good pace in this wicket too.
Worrell is in again, right arm over. Just waits on it a little bit, Stoinis. Couldn't cut it between the fielders at short third man and backward point. Stopped by the backward point fielder. And Jake Weatherall, stop ball. So he's conceded the 3 runs so far this over, Dan Worrell, and none for 4 his figures with 2 balls to come here. Stoinis waiting at the striker's ends. Worrell is in. That's gone over the stumps, and it's missed by Alex Carey, diving away to his left, and that'll roll down for 4 byes.
4 byes. It's seamed back and just missed the leg stump. So close to the leg stump, and away it went and just died. We're talking about the pace of bounce in the wicket. That one seamed back and just died away. Probably swung afterwards as well. It did. It moved after it passed the stumps on the way to Carey. He's just missed it.
It went right over the top of the bails. Last ball here. Worrell bowling. Stoinis this time making connection, but again slicing it on the bounce to the backward point fielder Jake Weatherall. So that overdone. The tyre power power play comes to an end. Your trusted tyre experts, and it is none for 23.
Hello. National Tiles now offer professional installation on our all-new beautiful large one-piece porcelain panels. Yes, just imagine full-sized one-piece porcelain splashbacks in a magnificent range of colours and finishes in your new or renovated kitchen. For a free, no-obligation quotation, chat to one of our experts online between 9 a.m. and 9 p.m, 7 days a week at nationaltiles.com.au now. National Tiles, now you can.
8-1-7-7 were the number of runs off the overs from the first 4 overs. All the stats for Dulux. Professional painters choose Dulux. Start of the 5th over, and Valenti is bowling to Fletcher.